Right, we're here. We did it. I think we're ready. Uh-oh, my controller cable is caught. Come on now. Right. Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are. Hello. I'm a practical eccentric, and I'm here for Dinkum. So let us have a sip real quick, because I am thirsty. I just crammed a granola bar in my mouth, and now it's like... Sorry if that's an unpleasant sound for you. I don't know how much of that actually translated, so sorry. All right, let's see. Let's see, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like that's usually about where I put that. Let's check the levels. Sure. I'll be down 1. All right. And chapstick, because that's also how we start the stream. All right. Well, it's Sunday. Made it through a 4-day weekend that ended up being a mixed bag. Uh-oh. Got a little something stuck in my tooth. Awesome. That's going to be great and distracting for me. So let's go ahead. Well, let's do a little story time because the story is actually not relevant to the quote. So the story time is that I had a 4-day weekend this weekend. I had appointment on Thursday. Also was able to make some time to get some thrift store shopping in for my son because he needed some new shorts because he is 14, almost 15, and he is definitely in that phase where he is starting to grow. And so I have to like strategically purchase clothes for him. He's like, okay, I'm almost out of shorts. I'm like, all right, we'll go get shorts. But then I looked at my husband. I'm like, I'm not buying pants because he might grow. And by the time he needs the pants, he might be too big. So we'll wait to get pants. Anyway, that was Thursday. But my husband is going through some stuff right now related to his heart medication and some other health related things. And so, you know, he was fine on Thursday, but Friday, well, off and on. Like, it was kind of a mixed bag. And Friday, I was going to take the kids to the zoo. We had a pass to go to the zoo. I was like, okay, we'll get in for free, and then we can buy the ride tickets because we have, like, you know, a train and typical zoo ride things. And so I usually go for free and then get the rides when we haven't gotten a membership. We've gotten a membership for, you know, off and on for a few years, but not every year. And so I was planning on taking the kids out, and I knew it was supposed to rain Thursday night through Friday morning, and it was supposed to kind of peter out by the time the zoo had opened. And then the forecast changed because of course it did. And so the forecast everywhere was like, it's gonna rain off and on all day, scattered thunderstorms. And I was like, well, crap, they may not run the rides if it's raining. So, and it was gonna be hot and humid, which we've done, you know, we've done the zoo when it's hot and humid. And you just kind of get in the mode of, I'm gonna be hot and sticky and just accept it, you know. Well, it's part of the experience. Like, you just accept it and, you know, do the thing if that's your plan. But because it was gonna rain, or it had the potential to rain, I was like, well, maybe we should do something else. I really don't want to spend more money than what I had initially planned. So I was trying to figure that out and talk to my kids about it, and it was a mixed bag of who wants to do what. So we ended up going to this nature center in town, and I was like, oh, they have a hiking trail, all this, but we were getting ready to leave, and my husband was like, not feeling great, but not emergency situation, just not feeling great, and he was getting himself stressed out about it. And I was like, okay, do you want me to do anything? You know, should I still take the kids out and all this? And he's like, yeah, but I might have you take me to the emergency room tomorrow just so that they can address it quicker and just to get himself checked out. So we go out, and we're having a good time exploring this nature center. I'm looking, you know, I'm thinking about hiking, like doing this little trail, and we brought snacks. I had sabotaged myself and thought I had everything to have like a picnic lunch at the zoo, and I had everything but bread. So no peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, which is our go-to for going to the zoo. But we, you know, have granola bars and breakfast bars and goldfish and raisins and all of this stuff. So I was like, well, I'll pack all the snacks and then we'll grab something. And side tangent, I also thought I had made myself coffee, like I always do every morning, and I thought it tasted a little off, and I was like, well, maybe I didn't get the sugar. I usually put hot chocolate in it just to give it a little bit of like a hint of mocha. You know, poor man's mocha, as we usually call it. But I put everything in but the coffee, which is why it didn't taste like coffee. And so I was not caffeinated. I was like, we'll stop at the gas station. We'll maybe grab actual breakfast, you know, something to fill in like the gap of we might get hungry and we don't have actual sandwiches. And then if we're still hungry later, you know, after we've spent some time, you know, maybe we'll grab something quick, or we'll go home and then see, you know, maybe, you know, see how the weather's been, what we feel like. And so while we were out, my husband texted me and said, hey, I'm going to have a friend take me to the emergency room. And I was like, okay, do you want me to do anything? Like, what should we do? And he's like, I'll let you know what's up. Probably have to come pick me up later. Okay. So now I'm like, what do I do? It didn't actually rain. It kind of sprinkled a little bit, and I was just so irritated because I was like, we could have actually gone to the zoo, but whatever. So we ended up hanging out for a bit. We sat at one of the picnic benches at the nature center and ate our snacks and just kind of hung out, you know, me and the two boys. And, you know, because I was like, well, maybe we have time to walk this trail. I don't know how much time he's going to be at the emergency room. I don't want to get halfway through a walk and have him call and go, okay, come get me. So couldn't really go to the zoo because I was like, maybe we should just go hang out there in the afternoon. Maybe go grab some lunch at home and then go to the zoo for the afternoon. But because he was in the emergency room, I couldn't really go any place that might take us a while to get back out. Like, our zoo is sizable enough that if we got halfway through a section of it, that it would be at least 30 minutes back to the car, and then having to deal with either taking the kids home and then going and getting my husband, or going and getting him but having the kids with me. Anyway, we ended up coming home and just relaxing for the rest of the day. My husband, you know, messaged me while I was in the middle of taking care of the dishes, because dishes are usually his thing, and I was like, well, I should probably wash these dishes because he hasn't had a chance to. He's been feeling crappy and then in the emergency room. And so he called or texted us while I was in the middle of dishes. So I'm like, it's going to take me like 10-15 minutes because I wanted to get them running just in case, you know, dinner, all that. Anyway, so I went and got him and got home and got relaxed. And he's okay, but, you know, he needed to have some issues addressed. He's probably going to be switching doctors soon because he's not comfortable with the level, like, his doctor's not really paying attention to what he's saying, just kind of assigning new treatments and dosages and stuff like that that were not doing well. I mean, it put him in the emergency room, not in an emergency way, but like, it was concerning enough that he wanted to make sure that what was happening was not, I mean, when it's your heart, you know, nobody wants to play around with heart stuff for real. Anyway, he's fine. He should be able to go back to his old dosages, and then he's probably going to go in and say, I need a new doctor, because I tried to tell the doctor that this was going to be a problem, and then it was a problem. So, anyway, that was my Friday, and then my kids got picked up relatively early yesterday by my parents, so they are at my parents' house at the moment, which is why we have such a quiet morning today. But, had to go to the store yesterday and forgot. I purchased some cheese last week. It is unopened, should expire in December, and or Best Buy date, one of the two. I don't remember which one, expiration or Best Buy. And it's molding inside the package, so I need to return it and get new cheese. And we meant to do that yesterday. That's why we went to the store yesterday, and then we forgot to grab the cheese. So that was like, no, now I have to make another trip to get this cheese swapped out. Anyway, so, and then my husband and I ended up hanging out and gaming until 1:30 in the morning. So I'm kind of beat today, but like, it's okay. I didn't wake up super early, but I do feel sleep deprived a little bit. So there's that. But I wouldn't say it was an extremely stressful weekend. Like, it was stressful having my husband go to the hospital, but I'm grateful that we had somebody that could help get him there. And then I was also able to keep the kids occupied, because sometimes that's a big struggle when you have people with medical issues, but you're also juggling kids. Like, I had to do that a lot when my oldest was little, and then there was another incident where I had to juggle both kids while my husband was in the hospital. Anyway, it's stressful. And so I'm grateful, although I wish I could have, you know, I kind of wish I'd stayed home and like been able to help him directly, but it was helpful for me to be able to occupy the kids while he dealt with that issue. So it's, you know, I don't think there was any perfect scenario for that, you know, whole thing. Anyway, it was a lot. I'm glad it's Sunday. I'm glad I don't have a lot on my plate, although I am behind for like laundry and I have to make this another run to the store for the cheese. And so the weekend wasn't super stressful, but it also wasn't super relaxing. So I'm glad we're here for Dinkum. And I know that was a long story before we even get to the quote of the day and then to actual Dinkum, but let's take care of the quote of the day so that we can move on to the next thing. So the quote of the day is, when you hit a wall of your own imagined limitations, just kick it in. And that's from Sam Shepard. And the reason I have picked this quote is because I was looking for things about take a chance, change. I can't remember. There was something else that I looked up. I think I ended up on this from Take a Chance. And as far as like a search, I have a big hang up when it comes to ideating and committing to creative concepts. I struggle a lot with coming up with an idea and knowing how to execute it effectively. It manifests a lot in games like this, games like Dinkum, games like Dreamlight Valley, survival crafting type games. I struggle a lot with like, how do you build a town from scratch? Like, how do you create the layout for, you know, streets and buildings? And yeah, I don't know why I struggle with it so much. It's always been a thing. It's kind of like, I do really well with patterns. So like Minecraft, I have done like pixel art. And I've seen that people do pixel art with Dinkum. But I do well with patterns. I do well with specific concepts. And taking inspiration from others, which I know is what a lot of people do for this. So I actually am trying to look at more things to inspire me. But I struggle a lot with originality, I guess. Like, I get stuck in the possibility of so many things that I just overthink it to death and then I don't go. I don't try it. So this particular quote was just like, just do it. Just do it. So my plan for today's stream and what I'm planning to do with this game and also Dreamlight Valley is exercise just doing things instead of overthinking them to death and trapping myself into not actually doing things in a way that's different creatively than my normal go-to. Like, if it was a pattern, you know, I could do that. But that's not how, like, towns and stuff actually look. So these, I think, are going to be great outlets for me to practice getting over myself. But also that I have a sense that there's a reason I need to push. There's a reason I need to push on this. I don't know what it is yet. And I don't know, like, I just don't, it doesn't make sense for anything that I can think of off the top of my head. Like, I don't know why I feel like it is important right now. But I have had too many instances of real life, work life, content creator life, game life, influencing and affecting and helping me learn things across those different kind of parts of my life that I feel like I should listen to it. Like, I don't know what it's going to apply to, but if I'm getting this sense that it might matter for something else in one of those other buckets of my life, I should probably listen to it. So let's push ourselves, shall we? Let's kick in the door. Try and not overthink everything. Man, I yammered today. Not surprising. Part of it's when I'm tired. Like, I feel like I need to not over-explain stuff. I always feel like I need to over-explain stuff. I don't know why. I think it's just a way for me to deal with my brain circus and overdrive. So how's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. You know, all things considered, Friday was stressful, but not as stressful as some times can be, and sometimes in my past have been. So, okay. What do I have on my person? I have just tools and stuff. Looks like I need to repair my compactor a bit. I did play a day of this yesterday, but I didn't really have enough time. Okay, this is probably not something I'm going to pay attention to. Northern Oceans. Oh. Ah, yes, I ordered another gacha, which means I actually need to go get... I set aside enough resources to create 3 additional gachas. So, we're going to do that. For sure, for sure. I'm only going to get one more done before Franklin is out of the picture for a couple days. I just did the night market, or the night merchant, again. So... I did get some new stuff. And I moved my quarries. I did do that. And I was combing my VOD to make sure... I actually pulled out, if you were with me last week, then you will probably remember that I had a glitch in the Southern Ocean that resulted in me getting stuck and dying and then having to go back and try and retrieve my boat. No, my jet ski. And, I think it was Misty who I had missed her chat because my chat was misbehaving last Sunday. That I saw that she had suggested I put in a bug ticket for it. So I posted it in the Discord and somebody else had the same problem. So I just replied to theirs and said, hey, here's a clip from my video that happened on the 20th with the same issue. Although it looks like somebody else had responded to that and said, essentially, that's a hard glitch to replicate. And so therefore it's hard for them to fix. I don't know who the person was that was that had responded. So I don't know, you know, if my information is helpful to maybe help fix that. So I just went ahead and posted it anyway, just because maybe it'll help them figure it out, maybe not. And honestly, I have a video, so I mean, if there's more information to be gleaned from my video, you know, from my live stream, then I can go pull that information for them. Or at least pull more of that clip out or whatever, you know. I don't know what might be helpful. I am not a game developer. I don't know what is helpful for them when they're trying to troubleshoot and correct glitches and bugs and stuff. So, but it was nice to kind of finish, like, combing through that VOD from last week, because it was like, it reminded me of stuff that I want to do next. So I'll pick up these seeds. Who did I miss? There's poop in the back. Is it you? No. Is it you? Yes. All right. Looks like smash 3 rocks, buy some new flooring, and eat something. Okay. But yes, not that I did not remember, like, I'm planning on moving people around, because I have marked their new locations on my map, or at least new locations for things I want to move, not necessarily who is moving where. Theoretically, I should be able to remember that, but, like, remembering the reasons why, or, like, my thought process to some of these moves. Anyway. It was just helpful to kind of have a refresher, because we all know that I have squirrel brain. Oh, I do need to do something on my second monitor now that I am... Theoretically, I did all the things that I should do in order to not miss chat this week. But last week, my chat did not seem to be misbehaving, and I missed chat. And this week, it does seem to be misbehaving, so... But I did all the things that I had shortcutted last week, so it's like... I don't know. There's some things I'm thinking about changing that's going to be involved. So I'm kind of holding out. Oh, because it's just going to be an ordeal, really. But yes, one of the things I want to work on is expanding the workshop area. That is not how we do things. How do we do things? We do things like this. All right. Oh, nope. All right. All right, so I've got, I need to put this stuff away and then we'll go to town. So yes, I kind of want to take a look at where I want to put Rayne. And then I want to think about, I need to think about if I want to modify Flame Jelly. Excuse me? I mean, yes, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that that was a thing. What the hell is a flame? Is that from the hot, hot, hot? I don't know how to deal with the hot, hot, hot yet. Although, let me show you. I got lucky with the gotcha. No, it's not in here. Where the hell did I put it? Look at what I got from a gotcha. Isn't that awesome? I had been told about looking out for a diving helmet. So I did go on a little bit of a underwater excursion just to kind of test it out. It's pretty sweet. So I feel like that's involved with the hot, 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 but I don't know exactly how. So that's on my to-do list because I'm still... Actually, I think that's how I found these 3 pearls. Anyway, I need to figure out Braconium. Because I am stagnated right now on production and upgrades and improvements and things. Because I don't know how to get Braconium in a reliable way. So, I need to get that sorted out, you know? Okay. What's this? Okay. Ooh. Glass fence. Yeah. I did purchase... I didn't get the TV again. I went ahead and got a blistering potion. I'm not sure how to use it. I know it's supposed to help get gold. Oh, you know what? Not this. Not like that. I shouldn't need the money I put in here. I put money in here for... just in case I needed to save it for the gotchas. So... yeah, after I got the diving helmet, because I've been thinking about doing more gotchas. And, after I got that diving helmet, I'm like, okay, I really should take the time to invest in... I'm gonna have 4 when I'm done. And then... I'm gonna probably start making some more quarries, unless I end up with enough Braconium to make anything else. I need to go buy a flooring. It's fine. Do I have the charcoal wall already? Can't remember. I'll take it. It's only 500. What's this? I've bought a floor drain before. Have I purchased a green chair? Green chair and director chair. I have not gotten either one of those. I'm assuming the floor drain, yeah, is miscellaneous. So let's get these chairs, because look at this green chair. Oh, so, the part of the reason I was talking about being pleasantly reminded about what I wanted to do next is because I was also thinking about when I need certain things to be done, and I really want to have my tree farm relocated and kind of address the ground in between the rows, because I want to have it set up for not only trees but also mushrooms. There we go. So I need to have that set up by fall. So I'm probably going to work on that through the summer. Do I need to purchase anything from John? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and deposit our money, because it's been a little bit since I've actually deposited money. Partially because I was saving up to spend money at the night merchant. So and I will withdraw money later if I need to move Rayne today. I don't think I'm actually going to move her today. I want to go scope out the space. Ooh, what's that? A map table? Cool. I did pop in for like, I don't know, a couple minutes this morning to Raymonora's stream and saw that she had some kind of wand. Ooh. Just jam toast today? That's an easy thing to make. Let's see if I've got... You know what? I probably don't, because I probably haven't been growing enough wheat to sustain bread production. So, we'll go check. But I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to do Tucker Box today. At least not in a meaningful way, which means I don't really want to spend the time. But maybe. Maybe I have misremembered. But she had some sort of, like, staff or tool or something that was allowing her to place rocks, which has been a question that I have been curious about. I'm just going to do 3. And then we'll put the bottle brush away. I'll hoard 300 of them. Okay, so let's go put this stuff away. In here. I want to see what this map table looks like. Cute. And is it actually my map? Or is it just a generic map? It looks like it could be my map. Huh. Alright, let's put it away. I don't need a map table in the middle of my house. Alright. I am going to need to repair tools at some point. Well, and now that I have... Ooh. I bet the pink carpet is in a house. And yes, I did have the wall. But that's fine. I don't remember what I was going to say. I have 120 flour. And I do have lime jam in a fairly significant quantity. Well, let's go ahead and do... I'm going to grab both just in case. And let's see how much jam toast we can make. So, bread. I don't want to use all of it. What is that? 70 divided by 3 is what? 23? So let's just do 20. And then we'll do some jam toast. Can I change the ingredient? We could just do that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So let's go sell that to what's her butt? Sheila. There we go. I was like, she's got a name. What is it? All right. Let's go ahead and sell that to Sheila. We'll look for stone while we're out and about. Because I really haven't finished the road that's going north. So I need... Eat something. Does the brew count as eating? I bet it does not. This is not Sheila. What the hell are you doing? Probably should take my motorcycle with me, too. She's available till 3, right? Yeah. I want to sell. Yep. Worth it. Need to get back into some production again, though. Food production. Alright. Well, let's grab the motorcycle, then. And let's think about the road on the way. I also might take some time to look at some inspiration images again. This is not where we're taking the road from. This is where the wishing well. And I'm going to make it kind of marshy. Around it. But I'm not doing that right now. So, it must be... Okay. It's gonna be through here then. Well, that's gonna be a significant amount of work. Maybe I should come from the other angle. Because I'm gonna follow the water. Is that a shark in the river again? Okay. So I'm gonna go from here. Okay. And then I'm also gonna go here. And I'm gonna follow this. And I'm gonna follow... There's like a ravine. So I'm gonna need to cut down this. Okay. Okay, so... And then we're gonna go... I'm just gonna cut through to here. So maybe I should just... Oh, hello. What's along this? Because I'm planning on putting the road through here. And then this is where I want Rayne to be when I'm done. Should I put her... I wonder if I should put her greenhouse a little bit closer to the end. Because this is how I'm getting here from the telepad. And I'm not exactly sure... That's how we overthink things. This is a big deal, though. Figuring out exactly where I want to put her. Because I think I'm actually going to cut through here. And meet up with the road here. Let's start there then. And we'll just let it evolve on its own as I cut this path and figure it out. I might even, I'm considering seriously, there's one bird on the, on this, like, kind of plateau area. And I might destroy its nest. That's the, I was like, there's a thing I was gonna say. What was it? I also thought about putting like an intentional hot air balloon pad. And, committing to the idea of using the hot air balloon to harvest eggs. Maybe. What? Oh, that's not. Nope, stop. Dang it, woman. That. 4. And 5. Okay, that is the width. All right. You know what I should do? Ooh, it did count. Fantastic. Right. Yeah, I really wanted to hang out a little bit longer this morning because I was curious about... It seemed like they were getting some pretty intense designing going on, but I had stuff I had to take care of this morning. I'm a little bit behind on some content-related stuff, and the times that I can work on that aren't, you know, either very specific times that I have carved out for myself, like Wednesdays after dinner, I have to record my Dream Snaps video because it's the only time that I have potentially up to an hour and a half. Like, I can't guarantee that I will have that, like, hour and a half chunk on Thursday mornings before I go to work. Maybe when school starts, because I'll be getting up earlier. Well, I won't even really be getting up earlier, because theoretically, my older son does not need my reminders now. He is now... We finished out the last school year with him taking care of his own... wake up. So, although I have a feeling this next year is going to be a bit jarring. I'll probably start the year by getting up with him. Or getting up so that I am up. And it might be one of those things where it's like, the bus will be here in 10 minutes, and then I'm like, dude, get up! If he's not up, you know. So... I'm gonna have to go put my compactor away, you know? Okay, so if I didn't bring my road. Damn it. Okay. I don't know if I can just put road on top of this stuff. Maybe? I'm not fussed about, like, the trees and stuff growing in here. Excuse me. Can you please not do that? Take it. I want it. Okay. Can I? Oh. Excuse me? So annoying. Like, I don't want to disrupt too much of the natural order of things just yet, you know? I can get up on that side. I'm not as fussed as I continue to grab the stuff that falls up there. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can get the other end cleared too. And then we'll start putting a road down in here and see just how much more stuff I need to kind of break down. Because there's no way this is wide enough for what I want to do. So we'll have to widen it. I'm probably gonna, well, I'm torn because I kind of like the idea of feeling like it's in this enclosed space, but this is very, like this whole wall here is not very necessary, you know? So I don't know. That means I feel like I need to eat into here if I need space for the road. I'm gonna get a lot of like bush seeds and stuff. So that's cool. I think I might leave the mangrove. Okay, so however much I actually need for a road. Fire. Okay. Hopefully I'll be able to clear it, you know? Oh, crap on a cracker. Woman! Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one. Which means I also need to get rid of you. And you. 100%. Just make it easy on yourself. Technically, we could put it all back if we decide we don't like it. I mean, not exactly, because I'm never going to remember it, but hopefully this thing will last long enough. But I kind of doubt it. This is a lot of dirt to move. So we'll see. Any second now. Any second now. There it goes. Alright, let's go put this back on the charger then. And then it might be charged enough by the time I am done doing some road and gathering some stone. So that'll be good. Look at all this stone right here. Amazing. No. I'm about to start working on stone now. And that's not what I should do. I should go put my thing on the charger. Okay. The thing on the charger. I've been toying with the idea of getting a second compactor, if nothing else. But there's a better compactor. Do I really want more than one compactor right now? I don't know. Seems like a lot of resources. Although I don't remember what it takes to make a compactor. Maybe it's not as many resources. Like, it used to feel like a lot of resources, but maybe now it's not going to feel like a lot of resources anymore. Maybe. Yeah. That's the other thing. I'm holding out for the commerce thing. Okay. I'm looking for rocks, and I'm heading towards... what? Places I have marked for... stone. Not stone. Ore. There we go. I was like, there's a word. See, my brain is still tired. I told my husband, I'm like, you know, staying up to 1:30 kind of sucks. Like, I didn't even wake up super early, but, you know, my body still was trying to wake up at a normal time. And I was just like, no. No, we will go back to sleep, please. Okay. Hello, bird. Is there more than one of those here? Okay, I don't know. I think I might have to break down. Unless somebody is either watching or watches this later and wants to give me some more advice about Berkonium. I think I'm going to have to look it up. Because I feel like there's something I'm missing. I have not spent, you know, tons of time in the mine. But I have not spent an insignificant amount of time in the mines. So I am open to information. Because, like I said, I'm pretty stagnated right now on the whole Berkonium thing. And I need it for so much stuff right now that I can't make. And the only ways I have found it are either in a chest in the mine, like once, maybe twice, and meteor showers. And from what I can tell, you don't always get the same quantity from the meteor showers, like breaking open a meteor. So that's not reliable either. And I thought I would get at least one meteor shower at least one in winter and fall. And I got none in the whole last winter or last fall. So that makes me think that that is not the correct method, you know, for Berkonium harvesting. There's got to be a source somewhere. And so I need to know what it is, because while I have plenty to do, it is also frustrating knowing that there's a resource that I have not figured out how to get reliably, you know? You know what I could do while I'm up here? Is I could trap these birds. Because although they are not worth as much, I'm not really working on something that needs a ton of money at the minute. Come on. So any money I can make kind of as I'm doing other stuff is going to help me. And I'm here. I'm here and they're here. So come on now. Come on now. I did see them moving bottle brush trees around too. Or something. They were moving some kind of tree. So I don't know how I get that yet. Unless it's something that I've already got... already got access to and don't realize it, you know? Like it's named something I'm not thinking it's going to be named. But I don't think I have that thing unlocked yet. Alright, you guys. Kind of wish I had the patience for some eggs right now, but I do not. Ugh! You are a dick. Your friend broke the egg, man. Your friend did it. Your friend did it. Come on, you guys. Not that I was going to get that egg anyway, but... Seems like a shitty thing to do to your friend's egg. Come on now. That tree is not in a convenient spot. Come on. You seem like you're having programming issues. Alright. Did I already do that spot? I think I might have. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we'll go across the bridge and then we'll go south. There's also part of me that's like, I should just stop spending so much time in late and just move on to the next day. It's not really... Like, it makes you feel like you're getting so much more done on any given day, but also, like, it's harder to do stuff. So, do I really need it? I got 2 more minutes in my... potion. In my brew. Use up my brew. Oh, and then you know, I don't actually have to pause it right now because I'm not in a danger zone. And let me make sure. There we go. Hop out. There we go. Okay. That's fine. Maybe we can do that. There we go. All right. Sorry, I realized I had mentioned doing something on my second monitor and then didn't actually do the thing on my second monitor, so it was probably in my best interest to actually commit. Alright. Still have some more cages to use up today. Oh no! This is a doggo den. Shit, did I just destroy it? I was like, look at all these rocks! Okay. Hopefully I didn't screw it up. I don't know what actually makes the den, you know? I just know bones and a lot of rocks. That's all I know. Alright. I actually have no idea how much stone I have at home right now. Oh. Ooh, another opal. I have been finding more opals on the surface like that. Alright, just stand here. That's not it. Just stand here, or sit here, and let your stamina recover. I'm gonna have some peanut butter crackers. Just in case. I didn't really eat a ton before I started. Partially because I thought I had all this time, because I did. And then I went to do something away from my keyboard. Came back and was like, oh, I really need to start getting myself together. And I looked at and then I looked at the clock because I was like, oh, I should leave. And I looked at the clock and it was 10:27. And I was like, I thought I still had like 20 minutes before stream. Because I had plenty of time. But I guess I was away from the computer longer than I thought. I thought I was away for like 5 minutes and that it was about 10 till maybe just right at 10 o'clock. Because I tried to start my stream at about 10:30. And somehow like 25 minutes had passed. Probably because I'm tired and my brain was jellified. Which I don't know if is the best plan before streaming. At the end of stream, I expect my brain to be a little jellied. But before stream, not great. Should I trap you? Probably not. I should go get my bike, though. How much stone did I get? 65. Like, nothing. That's okay. It might be nice to have something to alternate, like moving things around and then going and doing like, stone gathering and stuff. Might be nice to alternate. Why? Okay. Probably what I should do is just take this straight to the crafting table. And craft it all up. Oh, I forgot that I haven't collected this rice yet. Oops. I got space. And I don't have the path. I need to finish this path over here because I finally got rid of the whatchamahuzamajeba. Yeah, you know. The farm plots that had been there. Finally got rid of those. So I really need to fill in the path that was missing. Oh, not a ton of these grew today. Like, grew extras today, you know? These grew. Good for them. Well, and it's interesting. There were the one that I had the sprinklers over near where I had the Wary Moo enclosure at one point. And, I took the sprinklers away, but the grass that had stayed still ended up sprouting the extra seeds, the little extra growth. I thought that was interesting. Like, would they continue? Because I can't remember if I had, you know, it's hard to know if I harvest them, like maybe it was like the last growth that they had and would never be harvestable again. I don't know. Or is it important to water them, like water a patch of grass and then take the sprinkler away? Will it continue to give me extra seeds? I feel like I took a long way to say very little there. All right. That is done. Now I just need a few more little pieces of path for that. But that's okay. Do we have peas again or green beans or whatever the heck these are? I can't remember now. I think they're green beans. Oh my gosh. Nope. Trying to decide if I want to harvest that soon. The mangrove trees that are growing over there. Yesterday there was a plebe stuck in this corner. After bedtime. Just hanging out. I'm like, dude, go to bed. I tried to push him around too and he wouldn't go. So. As I continue to not know how to do stuff. Or understand why things are working the way they're working. Oh, and that was something else. I remember I had talked about maybe giving more room to plebes and or vombats. And I think I'm going to refrain. I don't think I'm going to do it yet because I'm going to eventually, when I decide what I'm going to do with Irwin, I think I'm going to put the ranch near Irwin. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Not that it's helpful now because I'm not going to go flatten more stuff before bed. Not going to do it. Oh, and I didn't do what I said I should do, which is take that stuff directly to the crafting table and craft it. I did not do it. Oh well, it's my own fault. I guess I could go back and look and see how much I actually have. That'd be helpful. I'm gonna have to turn on the fan soon. Oh, I opened those crackers and then I didn't have one. So give me a second. I'm gonna eat one. I had 2. Because I was like, that tasted good. I'm going to have a second one. I see another one over there. Use up all these cages. Come on, you. You butthead. Okay. Is it just you? That's all right. We used up 4 cages already, so it's not like crazy. Alrighty. What is this? 7? So there's only 3 more cages to go. Because I don't know how long kind of moving. I want to move the beehives. I want to set up what are they called? Places you grow flowers. Flower box? Is that what they're called in this game? I want to set those up. And then I want to move Rayne, obviously. Oh, you know what happens when you attract attention before you're prepared for it? You might get set on fire and die in the night. So let's not do that, shall we? Oh, hi! Kind of can't believe... Oh, because you're not chasing me. That's why. Okay, well that worked out in my favor then. Hey, if I stab you in the butt, will it matter? Oh. Did I piss all of you off? Fantastic. Exactly what I wanted to do. Come on, y'all. We lost your friend, but I can at least grab 2 of you for now. Come on. Don't act like you can't go in this cage. I know you can. I regularly do this. Hi. Oh. Rayne, you don't say. Come on. I'm really glad that you can't get set on fire by the patch on the ground. Come on. Come on. Come on, Cookie. We're so close. Come on. Good job. Good job. I might have to eat more of these peanut butter crackers. They were very tasty. So annoyed about that cheese thing. Yeah, my son was like, is it supposed to be moldy? I was like, no. Because it is not. It's like cheddar and Swiss and Gouda and Havarti. And none of those are like a moldy cheese. Like, they're just not moldy cheeses like that. They look like blue cheese right now. Almost, you know. Blue cheese actually looks like it's supposed to be like that. Well, maybe not if you're not used to what blue cheese looks like, but if you know what it looks like. It's kind of a greenish blue mold that's growing on it. And yeah, the package is not opened. We even looked for like holes or cuts or something in the plastic just to see. So Something obviously did not go wrong in the, or go right in the packaging process. Okay. So now I'm gonna try and do kind of a little I'm gonna have to clear this. I'm just grabbing the bike though. I'm not actually doing a road at the minute because I've got a lot more leveling to do. No. No. Okay. That way it's ready for tomorrow. It seemed like, I don't know, I was torn about having it, like, just walking there tomorrow and getting it, but I was already kind of committed, so. Tomorrow I'm going to need more stone. Or to go get more stone. I think all I need for the boxes I want to make, I think the tin ones, because I have so much tin. Yeah. 1 tin sheet, as opposed to... kind of want to do this for my plebes, just to see what it looks like, you know? Alright, what am I doing? This is 2 hardwood planks and a nails. I'm comparing. And I don't know if these work the same, like if you put them together, because it's called a planter, first of all. Second of all, I don't know if they would connect like the flower beds do. So the resources that make the most sense to me is the tin, because I have so much tin. Like, let's go look. I've got 94 crafted, and I've got another 343 available. And I already have 97 tin sheets. I'm not doing this tonight. It's not what's happening. I'm going to bed. We're going to try and not stay up all night, every night. What did I forget? Bonus points if you know. Rice. What? Is this not the right attachment? Yep. It was not the right attachment. I am so not good at this. Part of the reason I left so much space around at the top here. I love how she's just bouncing across them. That's funny. It's because I knew the turning radius on this thing was not great. Now, if I wanted to harvest the peas, the green beans, whatever they are, I don't think this is the right, like, I don't think you can use this. I really wish this would harvest the grass for me, because I just saw one that needs to be harvested. I'm not going back for it. We're not being that way tonight. We're not going to do it. I'm going to resist the temptation. Fantastic. If I forgot something else, then I forgot it. Where are we at time-wise? We're doing pretty good. I think I might be able to squeeze out another day before taking a break. All right, I'm going to have another cracker, though. Alrighty. 3 gotcha machines. Going. Okay. Animals. This is taking a suspiciously long amount of time. The last time I grew lily pads, they did not seem to take this long, or I was not paying attention to the days. Let's see what this forecast situation says. Ah! Finally! A meteor shower tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Are these wiggly? No. Alright. You know, you can't milk or shear anything without the proper tools. Would you please milk her? Okay. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today? I'm gonna take some grass seeds. I think it's interesting that they are still eating out of the troughs, even though there's plenty of grass. So I assumed that they would prioritize the grass. And they don't seem to. It seems to be kind of an either or. I wonder if it's like a proximity thing, whatever they're closest to. I've already got all the milk. I don't need to keep checking people for milking. Like maybe wherever, you know, they are when it says, oh, it's time to eat. If they're closer to the grass, they'll choose that. And if they're closer to the trough, they'll choose that. But that is just speculation. Because why else, you know, if it was a priority thing, then it would be like they always try to go for grass if it's grass is the priority. What is with this corner, y'all? I'm tempted to put a trough in this corner just to make you guys stop being weird about this freaking corner. What is with the corner? Unless they think they can get out. Maybe I should try and do the... I have this idea to put like a raised area here in the middle and then use a water bed or whatever they're called to make like a little water feature, like enhance their water feature, I guess. Oh my gosh, all these seats. Wasn't really planning on doing this first, but I saw the green beans. I'm like, oh, I should probably pick those. And then... significant amount of grass seeds today. I also thought about leaving them and seeing, like, if I could get it to be all max, like, all of them grow on the same time. I think that would look kind of cool. Come on now. Give me all my green beans. Now, do the harvest thing, like the harvest-o-matic, work on crops like this? Or not? That's something else I want to know. Not that I can have that yet because, again, Burconium. But it'd be nice because those are kind of a pain in the ass to harvest. Alright. Lots of them to harvest. I feel like it was taking all of my concentration. For, like, no good reason. Picking grass seeds is hard work. Also, I'm trying to, like, get it done as quickly as possible because we're already at 10:30. I mean, it is a Saturday, so there are less village people. There are less people in the village to go see today. I'm gonna call them village people from now on. Shit. Oh my gosh. So this next week is a 6-day work week. I'm not super hyped about that. But the 2 weeks after that will both be 4-day work weeks with a 4-day weekend in the middle of it. So, like, the price is worth it, I think, to have kind of an easier couple of weeks after. I'd rather do that than take, like, I could have taken the time before the week, you know, like I could have added another day to, I could have taken Monday off tomorrow, right? And had a 5-day weekend this weekend, but then I would have had, you know, I feel like it's better to pay the price after, or pay the price before I get the extra time off. Because then it makes for, I don't know. I don't know if it's, like, just a psychological thing, or just, you know, me just going, yeah, this makes sense, or... It makes sense to me to have the easier time after the harder time. Not that 6 days in a row is terribly difficult, it's just... I don't know. Over-explaining things again? Welcome to my world. Welcome to the show, where I over-explain everything. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put stuff in the thing. And if you think that's not descriptive enough... Stuff in the thing! Milk and wool. Well, and that's the thing I'm gonna have to do after I get all of the stuff moved out that I want to get moved out, at least right now, is I might have to, I think I'm gonna do more kegs. And I'm probably gonna do more, like, I'm probably gonna keep it even with the billy cans and the kegs. But I kind of feel like I want to move up to 8 of each. Although I might switch to these things. They're expensive, but they're faster, which is nice. Anyway, what am I doing next? I'm putting this stuff away. Okay. That stuff is all put away. Doesn't look like there's anything new on the board. Just this flame jelly, which I have yet to encounter. At first I thought it was like a boss, but it wasn't like an alpha jelly. I don't think alpha jellies are a thing, but I don't know. Who am I visiting over here? Sheila? Am I visiting anybody else? Franklin's not available today, so I can't get my last gotcha yet. Banana jam. I don't know if I have a significant amount of banana jam. Guess I could look for it. Oh, what's my tasks? Buy 3 crop seeds, clear 2 tree stumps, and buy some new wallpaper. Okay, good. We are not terribly far from 9,000 permit points, which is what I'm holding out for. Oop. What kind of crop seeds you got today? There's part of me that feels like I should just do that. Actually. Because honestly, 114,000 is not terribly expensive. Or whatever it was. Because 999 bothered me. I wanted 1,000. All right. How much is this then? If I do that much. Ooh, that's tough. What is that? 3 times as much? Yikes. I wish I could type it in. Spending about the same amount. A little bit less than what I spent on the rice. And then 540 each. Yikes. Okay. Just trying to bulk out some of my seed stock so that the next time spring rolls around, theoretically, my farm should be so well established that it'll just be like, oh, it's time, it's day 1, go plant your stuff. Okay. You can't put the money in the bank anyway, so stumps and flooring. Wallpaper, that's the symbol. Good job, Cookie. All right. I drive. 1,500 permit points. Dainty drawers. Pink lamp. And dark wooden seat. And dainty drawers, right? Yeah. Pink lamp, dark wooden seat. Okay. Yep. Okay. I think I have this already, but that's fine. Cube floor. I know I have used a cube floor. Do I want a spare cube floor? There's part of me that wants to have a whole bunch of chests with like one of everything in it. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this because I don't think I have one spare. I'm gonna have to figure out a place to put like a giant storage area for my hoard of stuff that I'm not using. That I will never get rid of. Alright, I was gonna go look to see about banana jam. But I'm also interested in all of this. Because we have more ground to go flatten. Oh, I got like a new pickaxe and a new... What was it? No, and a new axe. Pickaxe and axe. From the Night Merchant. And I don't know if they're any better than, like, the iron versions. I'm very curious if they are better. Ooh, another opal. Fan-frickin-tastic. Oh. You know, I kept going, oh, you should drink a waddle. And then I did not. And I bottomed out my stamina. Because it's one of my favorite things to do. Oh, no, no. Very nice, very nice. It's been a while since I've done surface mining, so there should be a ton of stuff at the spots I've marked. You know? Alright, nose. Stop rebelling. Okay. Banana jam. Excuse me? Okay, it wouldn't let me. I was like, wait. Is it gonna let me teleport with my motorcycle? The answer was no. Gotta go put these seeds away, too. How much banana jam do I have? Ooh, is it only like 20? Yeah, no. Nope. Thousand rice seeds. So many rice seeds. Do I have some in there? Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Alrighty then. Let us go flatten some stuff. Oh, no. Let us deposit some crap. Just in case I pick up a bunch of stuff, you know? I really needed... I saw somebody... Who was I watching? Might have been Riley. And she had a whole bunch of signs, and I was like, oh, I really need to do the signs thing. Don't I have anything in there? Oh, gosh, my nose is so itchy. Let's see. Where do I need to go? I'm going to go to the teletower up here and work my way down. And while that is happening, I'm also going to eat some crackers. 2 more. All right, there we go. Did not bring any lamps, so I can't necessarily do that. But that's okay. Well, and then the other thing I struggle with a lot when it comes to creating pathing like this, because I want it to look like a curve. The problem is that it's squares. And therefore, it doesn't feel like a curve. Now, I know there are things you can do to the borders to make it feel curvier, but that doesn't change the fact that, like, it's just, it's... like, it bothers me to have it be like this. Like, this section right here irritates me. But if I do, like, the same, like this, it's to the same. Like, I don't know. I want it to feel like a curve, and you can't really do that when you're working with squares. You can imply a curve, but I never seem to be able to make it, you know, look like a curve enough. Maybe if I do the border thing, maybe it will make it. Oh, the spine effects is making it problematic. Okay, but I'm going to run out of stuff, so I need to stop. But I just need to finish carving this out. You know what I could do is I could do a mine run for stone, and I could go to the first floor and just mine all the walls down. I could do that on a Sunday. I don't really want to spend the money to go to the island. Or the islands. And that would be a way to get a ton of stone. And it would take the pressure off of having to explore. So there's that. All right. Done. Theoretically, that should be wide enough to take a path through. I need a lot of path of this brick, if that's what I'm using, you know? Okay. Yeah, this ravine is going to be way too narrow. It's fine. Well, and here's how, like, okay, I'm like, okay, well, maybe I should build, because I'm trying to think about, like, things I'm thinking about right at this moment. And okay, so this is going to kind of... maybe I should just construct it at the angle. Make it 3, you know, and make it completely even. And then reshape it after that. But then I start going, well, how many, like, how frequently should I change the pattern, you know? These are the traps. If you are not like this, good for you. Because I know I'm not the only one, though. I know I'm not the only one. And sometimes trying to explain it to people who don't understand, it can get really frustrating because it's like, I know it seems simple to you, but it's just, I don't know. The people that don't struggle with that kind of thing have their own struggles, though. So, I mean, everyone's got their own thing that that comes naturally to some and not to others. Oh, that wasn't that much needed to flatten and deal with anyway. There is more on the other side of this bridge, though, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm going to get rid of this whole chunk. Well, and here's the funny thing. I'm trying to match the curve that's going around this water. And this looks like a curve to me. And I'm like standing right next to it. And I'm still like, I don't know how to make it work. And then I just have to laugh at myself because I know I'm ridiculous. I know I am. It's all right. I kind of feel like it's gonna... I kind of feel like this is gonna be a little nook. I think that's what Rayne was working on this morning, was like the connection spaces. So what I'm working on right now, part of the reason I wish I could have hung out a little bit more, I'm seriously thinking about going and watching her VOD some other time, but sometimes it's really hard to make time for that. Depends on what work is like this next week. But like if I make like a little curve to go here, that leaves me this big chunk over here to do something with, right? So I don't have to follow the water just because the water is here, and that's what I've been doing. So I'm going to come out here, and then we're going to go across. Or do I want to go down? I could go around that landmass altogether. If I go straight down and meet the road down there, it doesn't work quite the same as the other ones do, but who's to say it has to do that, right? It doesn't have to do that. So maybe I will run it straight down and meet the road down there. Why not? You know what? It gives us variety to work with and challenges us in different ways than what we had thought we were planning out in the first place. So let's just do it and see what comes of it. Shall we? Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go this way. And then we're going to go through here. And then we're going to keep going till I get all the way down to the road. And there's the road. Okay. Really? So not helpful. Okay. And we're going to try and do what we did yesterday, which is trying to run out our compactor before we take it home. Okay. Well, and part of the reason, even though it sounds repetitive, part of the reason I keep vocalizing the absurd kind of things I keep running into, those are my roadblocks. Those are the things that will constantly... My husband likes to refer to it as a gremlin. I usually refer to it as like my inner goblin, or like my inner... A lot of people call them your inner demons. But those are the kind of things that are always with you. They are a part of you, so trying to fight against them is not helpful. But those are the things that stop you from doing creative things in particular. There's probably more than just creative pursuits that they keep you from doing. It's the self-doubt, the inner critic, the whatever it is. So part of the reason I'm vocalizing them is to kind of, I don't know, take away their power. Maybe that's the best way to describe it. Because I can talk about them while I'm still actively doing things that, like, would be places that I might have stopped already. I might have stopped when the path wasn't looking the way I think it should look. Or that it doesn't look as good as I would like it to look. I might have stopped in the past. So talking about it while I'm still working on it, I think is an exercise in, yeah, taking away the power. Because it's not like that stuff's going to go away. Like, those thoughts aren't going to stop. They might diminish over time as I work through, like, the practice of improving things that I struggle with. I may never be great at it. My decoration is probably never going to be at the same level as people who that's their favorite thing to do. There are people that is their thing to do. Like, there are lots of people that play The Sims and all they do is decorate. They never actually really play the game. And I will never be that person because it is never going to be my favorite thing to do. What I do hope is that I will get over myself enough to where I am not just function in games like this. Because right now, I am mostly function while I'm playing the gameplay. Because that is my favorite thing, is the gameplay. And, like, running around and collecting things. Running around and hunting things. You know, filling out the pedia. Although that is not my focus at this moment. You know, collecting used to be a bigger part. But, like, the activity parts. You know, like, the things to do. Collecting all the resources to make the path that I don't actually put down. There. That's the stuff. But I should use it instead of just hoard it, right? What's the point of collecting it if I'm never going to use it? Or just making grid patterns, you know? Anyway. Peeling away at the layers of the BS in your brain is a delightful exercise, y'all. What am I doing in here? Am I putting anything else in these boxes? I don't think so. Okay, if this doesn't grow tomorrow, I'm going to take out the clover and see what happens. Because I actually don't know how long it takes to grow. But I feel like this round is taking longer. Or is it a variable? Is it sometimes more or less time? I don't know. Alright, I got one disc. Fabulous. Alright. Alright, that's... I did farm life. I did animal life. I did compacting life. Tomorrow I want to go to the mine. Did I finally put a chest over here for mining stuff? I did not. So let's grab... The mine's going to move to where the quarry is too. Look how naked it is. Oh, you know what I didn't do? And I haven't started building into my daily routine yet because I just moved them. Nice that they produce regardless of whether, like, they don't just produce one and hold, you know? Now, do they just go on the, like, the long sides, or do they go the diagonals, too? Be nice if they went on the diagonals too, because then you could plan it to where you wait a few days and then go harvest a bunch at once. I should have just left at least. Wah, no, I'm busy. I'm busy with no stamina, sir. I can't believe he didn't follow me. You distracted? Good for you. I'm gonna go get this copper and then I'm gonna get the hell out of here. But I did try and make sure that they all had their whole, you know, adjacent spots open. So maybe I should do that. Maybe I should test at least one of them. Because it'd be nice if I could wait, like, what is that, 8 days? And go every 8 days. Get ourselves into a little system. Pattern. Schedule. There we go. I was like, there's a word. All right. Trapping is what I was going to do. I didn't mean to come all the way home. All right. That's all right. We can keep dropping stuff off obsessively. Oh man, the sorter. So looking forward to getting that. And I got distracted from setting up for mining tomorrow. Mining for stone tomorrow, not ore. My jackhammer is not so damaged. Nope. Is not so damaged that I need to be fussed about it for tomorrow. That was risky. Oh, I could trap you guys tomorrow in the mine. I could do that. Oh. Hey, Misty. Yeah, right? Lucky, lucky. Oh. Interesting. Okay, at first I was going to gripe because I was like, oh, Stream Elements is all jacked again on my chat, but there's a delay, which is good to know. So even when it's behaving, it's still a delay. We were doing well. Trying to work through some of my own bullshit today, so that's fun. Getting over my overthinking and just trying to become action. It's usually where I do best anyway. I think part of it too comes from inexperience. Like if I am better versed in something, like very, very basic example is shelving books. I'm extremely practiced at shelving books, so I'm really efficient and fast at it. Even when I started my job at the library I'm working at, it was my first library job, and it did take me a little bit to get used to I mean, libraries are generally the same, but they do have their own quirks and differences and stuff. So it did take me a little bit to get better and more efficient at the library I've been at for a decade now. But, hello. But even when I first started, I had people going, I think you're the fastest shelving, like you've been doing shelving the fastest than other people have had this job before you. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like I didn't really even think about it. But I think, you know, I've exercised that muscle a lot. And the creative muscle to just design in an aesthetic way is not something I've had a ton of practice at because I've not pushed myself to do it, you know? Oh, you know what I didn't have?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Lord speaker scared the crap out of me. You know what helps? Having cages. I fall off here. Oh, no, you can still get to me. Damn, I was like, maybe I could trick you to leaving me the heck alone. All right. Hold on, because I see chat, but I'm also trying not to die. Okay. Yesterday was a wreck allergy mess. No, allergies are terrible. Should be doing that. Been procrastinating finishing a video you've been working on for 3 weeks. Yeah, been there. I have stuff like that where I get so distanced from it. I'm like, is this even relevant for me to put out now? Like, this channel is not my first YouTube channel. And it might have been this channel that I had videos from, I don't know, 2016. That was back when you could upload all of your videos into YouTube and then edit from there. And now they really don't do that in the same way anymore. Oh, hey, cages. Can I just lead you? You can come with me. Come on. And they were still all in their raw footage state because I wasn't actually using an external video editor at that point. And I kept thinking, oh, I should save these in case I ever want to edit them. And I keep thinking, this is old you. Stop, don't do that. So don't put it off so long that you feel like, why even bother? I don't know if you do that sort of thing, but I definitely do. Because, not that I feel like I need to, I don't even know. Did I finally, I think I might have finally deleted that stuff where I was like, you're never going to do anything with this. But, yeah, just overthinking it. And I'd have to download it now. See, that's the thing, too, is I would actually have to download it and then edit it and then re-upload it. And then it would be like, hey, this footage is from, like, almost a decade ago. I mean, I'm still doing craft-related stuff sometimes, but it is... When I first started, I thought that's what I was going to be doing, was crafting type things and making things. And then when I decided to start streaming, I started streaming on Twitch because I was like, oh, maybe, because everybody's advice is niche down, you know, don't have too much diverse content in one place. So I was like, well, maybe I'll do my gaming stuff on Twitch, and then I'll do art craft stuff on YouTube, and they had different names, and then I had a realization that I don't have the bandwidth for that. Maybe someday in the future, if it becomes more, I don't know, like if it makes sense to split it out, I might, but I don't have the capacity to run more than one, like, type of content channel. Like, I just don't have it. So right now the niche I'm in is me. that is what it is. It is not a gaming niche or an art niche or whatever. My niche is me, and if it ever needs to evolve past that, then I will follow that evolution. But for now, I have to work on the things that I'm struggling with without adding too much extra onto my plate, because that is just a recipe for giving up on all of it. And that doesn't sound good to me, so I'm not going to do that. In fact do that sort of thing. Have the voiceovers, just need to put the clips in order to match the 9-minute video. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Just stop overthinking it. Well, and you know, one of the things, I'm not as ahead this week as I wanted to be. I wanted to have done what I did last week, which was record 2 videos and potentially either already have the 2 voiceovers recorded or be at least ready to do the 2 voiceover recordings today. I am not there. I have recorded 1 video and done no voiceovers, but chasing invisible stuff. But what I have started doing is breaking the process down into its components. So sometimes what I'll do, if I know I've got to edit something, or like, let's see, I'll do a quick rundown of what the process is. So it's record the video and then record a reveal segment. So it's the decorating stuff I'm doing in Dreamlight Valley. So I speed up the process, but then the reveal is real time. So I'll have 2 different videos for that. And then what I need to do is I need to speed up the process video. So I do that, and then I export that so that I can, and this is probably extra. I don't have to do all of this, but like for right now, I need to have like very distinct steps. And then I voice record, and then I put like I voice record the reveal and I voice record the process, and then I marry those two together and export them, and then I put those segments all together with like a pre-recorded outro, and I layer music in. And what I've been doing, instead of going, oh, I have to get all of the, you know, high speed done at once, what I'll do is I'll set up the save file, and then I'll go back and actually make sure I don't need to cut anything out. So instead of doing it all at once and having to make time for all of it, I make time for chunks that I know I can kind of break into pieces. I don't know if that's makes sense or is helpful, but like, if you're familiar enough with the process, you can start breaking it down for like the 2 minutes you have or the 10 minutes you have or whatever, and it helps to at least make like a little bit of progress in the smaller chunks of time that we sometimes get, because we're not always afforded 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours, whatever we want. Don't we want more time, like, to do things all at once? Well, when you can't have that, but you still want to get that stuff done, how do you break it down and make it, like, I don't know, fit into those smaller moments? I think that's what I've been doing a lot of, is just trying to figure out how to make the things I really do want to do fit into those pockets of time. Which I know you're a caretaker for your parents and, you know, got your own life to live too, and content creation and stuff. So I'm sure your pockets of time are not gigantic ones. So it helps. Like, I stopped, another real life example is I stopped worrying about making sure my whole bathroom got cleaned at once. If I only have time to wipe down the toilet, that's what I have time for. If I only have time to wipe down my sink, that's all I have time for. You know, if all I have time is to run the vacuum around the edges of the room, that's all I have time for. And if I make 2-minute pockets of time work, theoretically, they should add up to a cleaner overall bathroom experience, as opposed to me blowing it off and then getting upset and self-defeating and not actually getting it done. And then it takes longer to clean it because I've let it go longer than it should. You know, stupid self-trapping habits that usually lead to like depression and stuff. So let's avoid that crap. I'm using OpenShot. Well, I don't do too bad with too many steps, as long as I have a checklist of steps. It's the I would like to simplify it, but I think sometimes you need more steps until you understand it better and can simplify. And that's difficult to accept sometimes, because I want it to be efficient now. I want to be able to do it now. I want to be better at it now. And I can't have that, because that's not how improvements are made. You know, when we're young, we're taught to practice stuff. And I think the older we get, there's a lot of pressure to just be able to just be more efficient, faster. And sometimes you just need to step back and go, okay, I gotta go the long route over and over and over again until the long route starts to actually make sense and I understand it better. And then I can start going, this really can be combined, and this can be combined, and this doesn't really need to happen here. But it takes time to get there. So I picked OpenShot because it was open source. It was free. It's got its quirks. It's not got like there are things that it doesn't do, but I don't know. I'm not a sound engineer. So like the things that it doesn't do related to sound, I probably would struggle to understand anyway. So I don't worry too much about that. Maybe later if I know more about sound engineering, maybe. But that's not now me. That's future me, if she ever exists. But I will say that when I first started doing that editing process, I did do all of those different segments kind of in big chunks. And now I'm like, oh, I know how to deal with this enough. I can do this much and stop. And then I can do this much and stop. And then I can do this much and stop. And then it becomes more incorporated into regular life, as opposed to, okay, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do this whole thing because I really am still trying to figure out how to increase my efficiency and make it better, and be a little bit more patient with myself while I'm not as good at something that I'm teaching myself, for goodness sakes. And unless you went to school for like audio, video, communication stuff, you're teaching yourself too. Using CapCut. Wanted to use DaVinci Resolve, but it's too much to learn at the moment. CapCut seems to work. Well, that's good. I actually haven't heard of CapCut. I'm gonna write that down, along with all my myriad of other notes. I've heard of DaVinci, although DaVinci Resolve, I'm assuming, is a free version and there's a paid version. But some of those things, like, I really have no interest in. Is it Adobe? I have no interest in that. That just is so complicated looking. Although I have learned enough. I use Inkscape, which is another free thing. I use that for thumbnails and like some elements that I've been working on. None of those are like super awesome. I'm not a graphic designer in any way. So again, something else I'm trying to accept the fact that I'm not very good at, because I'm teaching myself. And I'm teaching myself while raising 2 children and having a full-time job and maintaining a relationship with a spouse and worrying about my in-laws and my parents and my car and my house. And anyway, like, why am I so impatient with myself when I've got all this other crap I'm doing? I'm not a teacher either. And I'm trying to teach myself, for goodness sakes. Okay, CapCut. We're writing things down. We're taking notes. But there's a free version of an Adobe. It's called Photopea. And I had the option to go that route or to go more of a vector-driven graphic design program thing. And that made more sense to me. The math made more sense to me than the freedom of like the Adobe style. But I have done enough stuff in that now that I went back and watched a video that someone was using Photopea, and I was like, oh, I actually understand some of that crap now because I've been working with Inkscape. Because they're not terribly dissimilar. They just function very differently depending on, you know, what type of stuff you're trying to make, graphically speaking. So... Future me, she does exist. I know she does. I just don't know what form she'll take, or how long she'll be taking to get here. And she'll probably arrive looking very differently than what I might expect right now. Pay $15 a month for CapCut. DaVinci Resolve has a free version, and then there's a one-time fee of $295, and paid version is yours forever. That's nice. I think Adobe went to like a monthly, where you just have to pay monthly for it, which it's a very powerful, I mean, there's a reason people use it, but I don't need all that, and I'm not savvy, and I'm not, you know, it's not making money for me, so... I went for simple and free. Yeah. So. But I do feel like, you know, things are getting better. Like, before I left town, I edited a bunch of shorts all at once. And then I started experimenting with, like, cutting and transitioning clips together that seemed to run on a little longer than I would like for a short. And for the attention span that shorts seem to demand. And it's true for me too. I mean, I don't like to get too much into ageism because every generation's got their own crap, really. And we're all human, so we all tend to follow a similar pattern anyway. It's just time keeps moving forward, so the things that we grew up with are not the things that our kids are growing up with, or the kids of this generation are growing up with, or whatever. But we're still human, and we still have a lot of very similar responses to things. So try not to get into that too much. But like, I had to accept the fact that my attention span for short form content, you know, if it feels like it's going on too long and I'm not totally invested in the thing, I'll swipe, swipe, swipe. I mean, it's doom scrolling, right? But like, I can't just be like, kids don't have attention spans. I don't either sometimes. So like, I was like, you need to edit some of these down. And I'm not confident with my editing skills, but I've been practicing and I've been getting better at it. So cool, you know. Why am I doing that? All right, I'm overthinking with the flowers I want to fill in this hole with. Okay, I'm gonna put the path up here, and then I'm gonna I'm saving my hibiscus. Sure. I don't even know how much space I have to fill. More space than what I just got stuff for. All right, woman, you're overthinking things. Oh, what? But when I started putting shorts together, I was like, just put them out. If they don't do well, they don't do well. And that's fine. But the first step is getting over myself enough to hit post. So, well, the first step is actually clipping the damn short. And or you know, whatever the micro steps are in between, you know, and then whatever your big hang up is, just do it until you feel comfortable enough that you did it, and then add another thing in. And then add another thing in, and then add another thing in, you know? And then before you know it, that first step feels so mundane that you're like, why did I even think that that was an issue? Like, what was the big deal? But be graceful with yourself, because, you know, it's part of your journey, right? And just because it might seem like it was easier for someone else to figure out doesn't mean that there isn't value to you appreciating the fact that you were able to conquer whatever small hang-up you had at the time. I don't know. I'm into self-forgiveness a lot as of late, because I've been really harsh to myself and others because of it. Because I have not been as patient and kind to myself in particular, which I think is where you always have to start if you're going to be more compassionate and kind to others and loving others. Anyway, doom scroll. Adobe and DaVinci have such a steep learning curve. They are totally worth it, but I need a 10-hour course, right? And I'm sure that's not free either. I don't have the budget for that kind of thing, really. So it's usually there's a lot of free tutorials and information out there, but it is difficult to, like, a course is nice because it's like, okay, here's where you start, and then as you progress through it. So there are people out there that have courses like that for free on YouTube or wherever, but then there's still a lot to learn, and some people are better teachers than others, and some people are better teachers for you than others. So anyway, let's see. CapCut, unless they make more changes, is doing okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, some programs are definitely more intuitive than others. All you can do, practice and learn and do it again and again, and soon it's muscle memory. Yep. Or at least you're better than what you were before. Okay. I'm not continuing. I need to take my break. Because I need to use the bathroom, and oh, I have a beverage. Yeah. Agreed. Self-forgiveness is definitely something everyone should practice. I think a lot of times when people are being really ugly outside, externally, directing it to someone else, they're probably wrestling with some stuff that they really need to process. Because everyone's got all that BS going on inside themselves. At least at some points. Maybe not all the time, maybe not for long periods of time, but everyone wrestles with something. So I will be back in a few minutes because I have to go take care of The body. She's so demanding. Anyway, if you are still here when I get back, thank you so much. If not, have a lovely day, nighttime, wherever you are, whenever you are. Don't forget to thumbs up, subscribe, follow, all those things. And I will be back in a few minutes. Somehow. Oh, you don't have the patience to sit through the YouTube courses. When I get back, I'll recommend. I don't know if he teaches the stuff that you're using, but you might give him a shot because he's very, very good. At least he was for me. Maybe not for everybody again. But all right, I got to take a break. But I will be back. There we go. Apparently I'm going to have an itchy eyeball. Awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah, so I went to grab my drink out of the fridge, and I leaned over to look inside the fridge, and when I stood up, I hit my head on the freezer handle. I'm not typically a klutz, but sometimes. Okay, so before I actually click go on the day, let me see if I can... I'm pretty sure his name is TJ Free. TJ Free. And hopefully he doesn't have an intro video that makes a lot of noise. Okay, so let me copy that and put it in the chat. I don't know if he does any teaching for the programs you are using, but I used his tutorials for Inkscape because I knew nothing about using the program when I got into it. I had downloaded it years before when I was doing other stuff, and ended up revisiting it, I don't know, in the last year or so, and going, I should probably find a tutorial. And he was the first one that I came across that seemed very methodical. Like, it's like, okay, here's how you use these tools, and here's how to practice it. And thank you. And thank you for saying. And good luck to being productive while hanging out, because I try to do that sometimes. Like, whose stream was I in on Friday? Was that Friday? That was Thursday. I think I was in Raynora's stream and was trying to do inventory storage rearranging in Dreamlight Valley, and I got about half of it done that morning because I was like, I have time to chat and there's all these people. And I never really have time for that. So usually I'm lurking because I'm either at work or I am kind of in and out getting ready for like school and work and stuff. So I was like, I have all this extra time this morning. I can actually be chatty with people. Anyway, I don't know. Let me see if I can see if he's got anything. But he does very methodical things. And some of it I would listen to in like a sped up version just so I could kind of absorb the information. And then I would go back and try and do some of the exercises that he was doing in each lesson. And that was really helpful for me. Let's see. DaVinci Resolve. He does have a DaVinci Resolve playlist. But I'm not seeing the other one that you mentioned, CapCut. But I don't know if he's still making content or if this is all old. So you might have to take it with a grain of salt if it's like, if they've updated the software or anything. Piskel was another one. I was interested in. I think I started to go through it and then I kind of fell out of wanting to do Piskel stuff. But that's like a pixel art. You can also do like GIF things with that, which I wanted to do. And I'll probably revisit it sometime in the future, but it is not a now me thing. Again, future me has work to do. Oh, that you hit your head? No. Yeah, it's no good. That's a heck of a way for us to be twinning, though. All right. Okay, so I realized something that I forgot to do before I ended the day, which was to set up my chest outside the mine with all the stuff I wanted to take into the mine to do stone mining. So that's okay. It's a relatively quick fix. I just need to make sure I have, let me see, before I get into it, I need weapons. I need my mining helmet. I need mine pass. I'll look at the box. Okay. And something else I want to try. I got a fancy looking pickaxe from the Midnight Market dude. Let's see, is this just cages? Yep. I'll get that later. So I'm going to go drop my stuff off. Ooh, what's this? I'm going to leave it for now. I'm not going to bother. we'll manage this. And I'm just going to drop it all in here. Hasn't done anything in 2 years. Yeah. And even if the software has been updated, there may be some tips and tricks in there that if, like, maybe the icons look different or something like that, it may give you some new ideas of how to use some of the tools, especially tools you may not be using currently, because I do that a lot. There's a lot of stuff in Inkscape I'm not using, but eventually I might go back and kind of revisit the tutorials and go, oh, that'd be really helpful for doing this stuff that I've been thinking about incorporating. So anyway, or you may start watching his videos and go, nope, this teaching style is not for me, which is also valid. All right, tools. Stay focused, stay focused. These. Oh, it's like twice as good as a... Interesting. I'm gonna take one, because it's not like I'm planning on using mostly my jackhammer. I should probably keep things on my... Does this actually repair, or is it just a recharge thing? It might just be a recharge thing, but I'm going to at least grab stuff that needs to be repaired and repair it real quick. Oh yeah, you probably weren't in earlier, although you may have been lurking. I got a diving helmet from the gacha. And so if I had that last week when I glitched out my jet ski. Oh, I could have easily not used a shark to break it and get it back in my inventory. That's okay. It's okay. All right. This can go back in here. This can go in here. These can go in here. I don't need this on the first floor. I do need this. Put this in here. I could probably go with this many weapons. So let's go ahead and do this. Oh, you know what? I do want to take my cages. I was thinking about trying to trap animals that come get me. I could take my little bat zapper, but I don't know if I need it or not. Spine effects resin. Woo. Do I want keys? I kind of want to save my keys. Yeah! Super lucky. As soon as I got it, I was like, holy crap! Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take the traps. Because I kind of want to trap instead of fight. Which probably means I don't quite need this many weapons. Okay. Especially if I'm going to be sacrificing some space for... Oh. You know what? That's why we have the resin. Is that it? Is that everything? Maybe if they get really feisty, I'll use the bat. Oh, and then you know what? You don't have to go all the way over there. Okay. I don't think I need anything else. This is strictly a stone run. Oh, I just realized a fatal flaw in this plan. There's a meteor shower tonight. And I don't want to forget about it and be in the mine. Okay. Okay, not today then. Tomorrow. I had more of these chests. Do I not have more of the brown chests? Really? Oh, I know why. Because I used them all for, like, the wallpapers and stuff. Okay. Whew. I'm glad I remembered that before I went. Let me just double check. Yep. I've been waiting for almost 3 seasons now for another freaking no, over 3 seasons now. Because I don't think I might have gotten one last summer. Maybe. Okay. So much to keep track of. All right, so that means I want to put this in there. This in there. This and this. This. Some Spine Effects resin. Okay. Let's go check the boxes and see if there's extras of stuff. That. Yeah. I'm just glad I caught it before I actually left. Because I would have easily been in there till late. And then that would have been the end of that. And I would have been so mad. This. We have stuff to do. We have stuff to work on. It'll be okay. And honestly, if there's less to do, then I'll be more likely to squeeze in one more day. Like, justify squeezing in one more day of gameplay today. That. Okay. So now let's go get our regular stuff. We can start doing regular stuff right now. This, and this. See, I got so distracted by realizing I had forgotten something that I almost forgot something else. Oh well. It's not like I can't get stone from the surface. I just know that I could get a ton if I go and just, like, rip down all the walls on the first floor. Okay. Well, and it's like, I need to figure out how to do a better thumbnail for these streams in particular. Not to say my Dreamlight Valley thumbnails, stream thumbnails are super awesome. Honestly, none of them are, like, super awesome. If you play the game, you know all I do is take a picture of myself. Like, you can tell it's picture mode. But it's a decent enough picture mode that it makes a decent thumbnail with, like, you know, simple stuff on top of it. But the only thing, like, I just keep doing, like, a screenshot of this game. And what I'd like to figure out how to do better is get a picture of her and then cut her out and put her in front of just a backdrop of the landscape. Because I know people do that, but I don't know how to do that very well. And so I just I'm like, you know what? I just need a thumbnail for now. You know, it's on my list to get better. And maybe I thought I actually started to just, you know, do a rudimentary pass at it. And I got frustrated and stopped. And I'm like, don't do this right now. You're mad at it already. But yeah, my thumbnails for these live streams is very, very basic. But it's better than nothing. That's another mantra. It's better than nothing. I want to know why they love this corner so much. I think it's because it might be almost like a place for them to get out. And so they all just kind of congregate there. But it makes me no never mind at the moment, so... Ooh! And thank you! Is that on the Twitch side? I didn't get a little notification. Let me see. Ah, this minute. Well, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a good day. Pretty much what you do, screenshots. Yeah, I might try out Canva at one point or another. Because I know a lot of people use Canva. But because I've been using Inkscape, it's what I'm comfortable with at the minute. But maybe when you know what, I'm gonna write it down just so, as a reminder to investigate it, because it might do some stuff easier or at least more intuitive for me than Inkscape does, and maybe I can kind of use them in conjunction with each other. And now that I am comfortable enough with Inkscape, it doesn't feel as overwhelming to learn something else too, because sometimes that's a big deal where it's just like, I actually don't know. I don't even know what I'm using like how I'm using the things I'm using right now. Adding another thing in sounds like super stressful. All right. Seeds, bucket and scissors, poop. Oh, you know what I did find gratifying? I didn't really have time to, or like mental capacity to stay in Riley's stream. I don't even remember when it was now. I can't remember what I was doing at the same time, but I was like, I don't have the brain power to do both. So I was like, well, maybe I'll go back and watch one of her earlier Dinkum videos. And she had her, like, her very first experience with Dinkum from 3 years ago. And I was like, oh my gosh, she's doing a lot of the same stuff I was doing. It makes me feel so much better because you guys are so much further along with your experience with this game. It was like, it was nice hearing her fumble around with controls and not knowing how to do stuff and making the same mistakes I had made. I was just like, oh, this is so gratifying. I'm glad. I'm glad this is normal. 5 copper ore. Okay, we'll take you 5 copper ore and we'll go to town. But I've been meeting so many new people that I've been trying to like get to at least some stuff that people are doing so that I can learn more about the people that I have met, you know. And she was live streaming, so I was like, oh wait, I haven't checked out Riley's stuff yet, so I should go over there and do that. What am I taking with me? Am I taking anything else? What do I need to do for catch 3 fish? Buy some new flooring. Smelt ore into 2 bars. I'm going to smelt some tin. Since I'm going to make 10 boxes. Okay. Catch 3 fish. That means I need to take a fishing rod. What was the other one? Buy some flooring. I'm not grabbing that right now. Go to town. Is that Theodore who wanted this copper? Was it Theodore? Yes. I should probably check out Sheila then, since we're not going to the mine today. Milburn. He looks so disgruntled everywhere he goes. We're all doing things like that. It's a journey. Yeah. And everyone's been so nice. So it's just like, I want to make sure everybody, like, if I can make time. Although I have fallen out of a lot of the other content creators, but I'm not really in a art craft state at the moment. And I know that I've done that before I've met new people. It's not like I'm forgetting my old friends, you know? But I also know that I have gotten away from them before, and then when I go back to them, I binge the crap out of all the content I missed. So it's like a little treat waiting for me when my interests shift again, because that's very normal for me. I'll get like on a kick for something for a long time, and then it'll be like, okay, I'm kind of burnt out on that, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't looked at this other type of content for so long, and then I go binge it, and I'm like super motivated, and you know? Get really excited to make stuff again. First year's worth of streams and videos, think put on private because they were terrible. Oh no! I get it though. I have some stuff that I've made private too, just because there was some stuff in there that I was like, I don't know if I want that anymore. So I'll have to think about it. So yeah, it's all private right now until I decide to what I'm gonna do about it. If I'm gonna like actually take it down, or if I'm just gonna leave it there, or do something like edit it in a different, like maybe cut some stuff out. I don't know. So, I get it. And honestly, my first videos aren't even on this channel. They were on the first channel that I made besides my personal basic white wall. I don't think I need that. And I've gotten that before. Have I gotten the Eastern chair? Pretty sure I've gotten the Nordic seat, but let's double check. Not the Eastern seat, the Eastern chair, and the Nordic seat. Okay, so I haven't gotten these. 8,000, almost 9,000 for that one chair. For 8,000. To be fair, it's a pretty ornate looking chair. All right, good enough. And fishing, we can do that at any time. Okay, Sheila. Where are we at permit point wise? So close and yet so far. But yeah, my first videos on my other channel were I didn't even that was before I had a phone. Ooh, really? Oh, I might have to go cook a bunch of bush lime. I know it's probably not going to give a ton of dinks per, you know, but I think I have a lot of bush lime I could cook. Ooh, what's this? Minimalist chair. Do I think one of my rentals has minimalist in it. I think. I'm going to have to do trapping after midnight or after late tonight, I think. We want to give you a link to... I mean, if you want, but don't feel like you need to... we all start in a very terrible space. I don't even know if I have anything that I could... I'd have to look. Not right now. Let me think about it. We can exchange terrible insight. Like, look how crappy we were this like many years ago. I don't even remember when my first video came out on my other channel. That was a long time ago. But I didn't even have a smartphone back then. I had just a little camera. Lighting was terrible. Audio is awful. Awful. No kind of microphone. Ugh. But yeah. But we did the thing, you know? Was that minimalist stuff in there? Did I just leave that house? I don't have to worry about this. We don't have to put the minimalist thing in there. I'm going to redo these houses eventually anyway. I don't need to get this hyped about a chair. My hubby was taking a nap. Which is good. Needs to rest. And the kids aren't here, so he can rest as much as he likes. We were up till 1:30 last night, though. It's been a long time since I brought my motorcycle all the way home. I think I probably already have this flooring and stuff. I keep opening that first thing like it's gonna be... But you know what? Having that stuff, the content... I could have put the Eastern chair in there, too. Whatever. Because I do have an Eastern house. But... it's a good thing we have those things, because I know a lot of people will... I don't know... I wonder if the people that delete their early content save their early content somewhere, or if they really and truly delete it, because it's nice to know, like, I started there. So much better than that. Okay, what am I doing? Hold on. Before the meteor shower, I need to go around and get stone. Because even though I'm not going to get as much stone as I would get if I was in the mine today, I can still go and get stone. And you know what? In a year from now, we'll look at stuff that we're doing right now and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I fixed that one thing that was driving me nuts, you know? Or whatever it is. Like, I still have some audio issues that I'm just like, I don't exactly know how to fix them. And they're not the worst audio issues on the planet. But I'll look back at some of my earliest clips from Twitch, because that's all I really have preserved from that time. And I'll be like, oh man, my audio was so much worse then. Alright. Stone. You know what I should have done? I should have brought the diving helmet and just walked out into the ocean for stone. Oh, so you can confirm this probably. Are the flaming jellies in the hot level of the mine? Because that's what I'm assuming. And since I don't know how to deal with the hot at this time, I was like, well, I'm not going to take that capture reward. I didn't even know flaming jellies were a thing. But that's what would make sense to me, is if they were in the hot. Don't want to delete it, but keep it public. Maybe not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe one day I will, well, if I ever decide what I'm going to do about it, but maybe I won't save all of them, you know? But maybe I'll just, like, be like, this is where you started. Because I don't have the original files anymore. Because I probably am not even using... Actually, I think, I would upload the... Because my video camera wouldn't record for very long. It was like, the maximum was 45 minutes. So I had a lot of stuff that would end abruptly because the camera would run out and I wouldn't be able to tell because, of course, I couldn't see anything. And I couldn't see the back of the camera, which is where the little notification for, like, low battery was. And so I had a lot of really awkward ended videos. But I think what I would do, because I didn't really have enough space to store all of the raw footage, is I would upload it to YouTube knowing I could put it through the YouTube editor that was available at the time. And then I would delete the original footage. So I don't have any of the raw footage from back then. I want to say it was probably like 2014. Because my oldest was fairly little at the time. So, yeah. Yep. Flaming jellies drop a flaming hood. Oh, also allows you to make lava beds. Interesting. Yeah, I went to the hot once because I didn't know anything about it. And found out I could do very, very little. So it was a very short excursion and kind of a waste of a mine pass. Like, it was a waste, but it also wasn't a waste, you know, because I learned something from it. But I was like, well, it's going to be a bit before I get back here. And the other thing, and I think I'm ready for either someone to tell me or to look it up, because Steph kind of gave me some hints. One of the things was a hint about the diving helmet. But I don't have a reliable way to get Berkonium, and I am feeling stuck enough that if someone tells me, or if I have to look it up, that I'm at that stage now. I'm like, okay, I don't know where to go, because I haven't been in the mine, like, obsessively, but I've been enough to not feel confident that either I'm doing the mine wrong, or that's not where where I need to look for the Braconium. So if you feel like sharing any tips and tricks for Braconium, I will not be offended or upset. And if you don't, that's fine too. You do not have to be my walking Wikipedia if you are not in the mood. Or if you're trying to actually focus on your work. I don't want to distract you from that either. Because I can always look it up. I mean, I could also go to the Discord. I was trying to look at... Oh, there it goes. I hear it, I hear it. Okay. Stop looking for rocks. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I want to make, and with I think the most words and stuff. The most Braconium I have gotten has been for meteors, and I think it was Sarah that I watched where she only got like 2 Braconium out of a meteor. That I realized that there wasn't a guarantee just how much you would get. And that made me go, uh-oh, I shouldn't really rely on meteor showers. That combined with the fact that I hadn't had a meteor shower in like 2, maybe 3 seasons. And the only Braconium I found in the mine was on the 2nd floor in a chest. I don't think I found any on the 1st floor. So, I was like, this is not sufficient Braconium... like resource gathering to balance out the stuff I want to make using Braconium. It would take me so long. We're almost to year 3, you know? And I've gotten enough Braconium to make the furnace. And I think I have 8 ore at the moment. So but yeah, I was like, well, once I, you know, because right now I'm busy, you know, with Rayne. And I don't know how quickly I'm going to move Irwin, because that's going to be a lot. Because that's not just Irwin. That's going to be the animals, too. That wasn't it. Is that it? I haven't heard a crash, though. Can you hear the crash from anywhere on the map? Because I'm a little nervous about being near my house. But if it were to fall on the other side of the map, will I still hear it faintly? Maybe. I see you said something, but I'm also like super paranoid I'm gonna miss the meteor. But I haven't seen a big trail in the sky yet. Part of me wanted to be over here near my house because I was like, oh, I could use the helicopter to go get it. You know? But I've had it take quite a while before it starts to show up. Oh, you can find it from in the island too? Interesting. That's motivation to go. Oh, that almost looked like it was taking its time. No. Well, it's kind of unfortunate. Well, I guess if it's in the hot, that's probably. Because that's part of the reason I went to the hot in the first place. Because I was like, surely, you know, we've had a progression of, you know, copper and to iron on the second floor, like more iron on the second floor. That, you know, that's why I was like, oh, then Berkonium must be on the hot, and then I could do nothing. I was like, well, I mean, I even tried to bring a boat. Just like, I went back. I was like, maybe I could put a boat in the lava. The answer was no. Oh. Nice, nice, nice. This is where the irony is that it'll be landing right by my frickin' house. And excuse me, Milburn. I'm so sorry. I was not looking at him at all. Although Milburn doesn't seem to give a crap about anything. He's just like, yep. Like, he's the kind of person that, like, he'd step in dog poop and just be like, that figures. Now, I was going to try and go back here quickly and grab my helicopter so that I can just fly. Because that's going in a suspiciously aquatic direction. Maybe I should grab my jet ski. Yep. Ooh, it's a narrow passage. Narrow passage. Okay. I like that the trail lingers a little bit after it lands. Can it land in the ocean? Well, it didn't, so that's good. Alrighty. Let's get it. I felt like I was going to make something for Sheila. It's too late now. Just get on the heli and then you'll see the big one and follow it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should or not. Yeah. Yeah, I could hear the meteors. My volume may be down a little bit too low to hear them. Again, audio is probably one of my weakest things. Who was gonna attack me? Oh, that's my ruse. I was like, wait, how did I get this far north? I am not where I think I am. It is now late, which is fine. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, picked it up. I'm gonna smash it. Because I want the Berkonium. Oh, apparently you can't do that with that. It's like, excuse me. So I actually need the pickaxe. Which gives me a reason to use the fancy new pickaxe I got. Or one of the 4. Well, that was efficient. How much Berkonium? I got 5. Okay. That's fine. A galaxy hood. Excuse me. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, stop. Wow. Okay. I just, like, from the back, I thought it was just really cool looking, but wow. Okay. I want to see... Does it look like that on the mannequin, too? Yeah. Oh, she's got glasses on. I was like, what is that weird thing that's poking out of her face? Should I take all the face things out so that none of them show up there? Maybe. Because that was very strange, having that one bit of glasses sticking out. Okay, let's do this. Okay, next time I will grab my heli and do that. My helicopter. It's the first time I had a meteor shower since I've gotten the helicopter. So I'm like, is it wise to grab that and just fly around? But we will do that for next time. There isn't another meteor shower tomorrow, though. That would be too crazy if it was like 2 back-to-back. But just to make sure. Okay. Now... when I do this... Ah, yes. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Galaxy glider. I've been seeing a lot of gliders now that I've been popping into people's stuff. And it's just like, oh, there's so many. And it seems like that's kind of like the mode of transportation that people usually seem to be using. So I'm curious to see if I'm also... if I'll switch to it as my primary mode, you know? But until I get a glider, I won't know. But yeah, if it looks like that, that's pretty cool. I don't know if I've seen anybody have with a galaxy glider yet. Okay, I need to go trap animals. Oh, apparently I also need to put this path down again. And then I need to... what else do I need to do before bedtime? I kind of don't want to put that there. I kind of don't want to do that. Okay, just go trap some animals. Put your motorcycle back in the center of town. I'm not going to fuss about gathering grass seeds tonight. Because if I'm going to squeeze in one more day, then I really shouldn't take too much time fussing about last minute stuff in the night. It's a bummer that I didn't get cooking done for her, but I did get some rocks mined, so it's a give and take, you know. Trapping. I was like, why am I here besides dropping off this motorcycle? Come here, you. Okay, I don't have any cages prepared. Fishing. There's a reason I have a fishing rod with me. Come here. Gliders make life so nice. Second only to the heli. See, I didn't actually enjoy using the helicopter to just tool around. It's nice to see stuff, but I don't think I'm going to make it a regular mode of transportation. My favorite so far is the motorcycle because of how fast it is. I like being able to see stuff. So if I need to do that, like the meteor shower, I think is the perfect example. But if I was trying to go, you know, from one end of the map to the other without the telepad, I think I'd still choose the motorcycle. Like if unless I needed to fly, or the jet ski. I like the jet ski a lot. It's part of why I was so irritated last week. With the loss, or the potential for losing. But I thought the helicopter would go a little faster than it does. I think there's also something weird that happens when you're flying where it feels like you're going slower. Like if you fly on an airplane and you look out the window, it doesn't seem like you're going that fast, but you know you must be because you're flying. like innately, it's part of flying is that you're going faster than what it looks like because you're so far away from the ground. So maybe it's just a weird perspective thing. Maybe it's faster than I'm realizing it is. The hot air balloon was definitely slow, though. Although, I think I might use it for egg gathering. I'm going to experiment with that once I get this northern area a little bit more developed for Rayne. I might try using the hot air balloon. Because it's already kind of a slog to take the eggs anyway, no matter which method I'm using. So I'm wondering if it'd just be worth it to go slow once, but have like 12 eggs. If I can shove them inside the hot air balloons basket. I really love gliders. Yeah, they seem like they're pretty speedy. Because people seem to use them a lot. I do like the views from above, though. That is something nice to be able to see. All right. I don't know why I took the motorcycle. That really wasn't what I meant to do. But we're here now. Oh, look at that. Doesn't seem to be coming for me, so I will take my time and set myself up. Woo! Oh. I love it when she throws it, but it just lands on her head. So goofy looking. What were we going to try and watch last night? Oh, we were going to try and watch Sinners. But I said if it's over 2 hours, we probably shouldn't because we wanted to make sure and get some more extra gaming time together. We're playing Tiny Tina's Wonderland still. And Sinners was 2 hours and 17 minutes or something. So we ended up watching the first episode of the newest Dexter show, which is it's continuing, what was it? New Blood? Anyway, there was the original Dexter show, and then they did a follow-up to the Dexter show, and then they started a prequel to the Dexter show, and now they're doing one after the sequel Dexter show. So I have not watched the prequel one, but my husband said that it started and then they started this other one too. So I'm guessing they're both going kind of at the same time. But it's also been a minute since I've watched the original Dexter. So I have a feeling there's going to be stuff I'm like, wait, what? But maybe not. Maybe it'll be like, oh yeah, you know. Is there not another one of you guys over here? Used to be able to put tons of eggs or other things on the heli. Oh, yeah, I did notice that it seemed like you kind of could, but it also felt like they could kind of maybe fall off, or that they really weren't meant to do that. Did something randomly jump inside this trap that was here, or did I not put it down? I don't even know. Because, yeah, there was one where I put it on the back and then, like, on one of the little leg things. And I was like, I bet I could get a third one on the other side if I could get it on there just right. But it didn't feel like it was designed to be that way. Like, I think I just got lucky with the placement. Come on, you. No. Please do not set me on fire. Never watched the first series. I like it. You know, it depends on... Oh, crap. It it depends on like the type of shows that you enjoy. I mean, I'm assuming you know the basic premise, but there is a lot of death and there is a lot of blood, and but when it first came out, my husband and I gave it a shot, and I probably shouldn't run my mouth while I'm trying to attract the attention of too many of these at once. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, I just swung and missed. Okay, I was like, wait, did I actually accidentally throw something? But we watched the first season, and by the time we got to the season finale of the first season, we were hooked. Now, it doesn't mean that the show doesn't have its flaws. I'm not going to go terribly into that. But overall, I would say it was still a very satisfying show to watch. The performances were really great. The writing was decent enough, especially, you know, first season. But yeah, really enjoyed that. It was one of the most satisfying season finales I had ever seen. Oh, there was one behind the tree. It's my own fault. Running my mouth. That's okay. It's okay. We'll leave those cages there. I think there were 2 left. I knew it was risky behavior, and I did it anyway. So we will just accept ourselves for who we are. I don't think I'm going to move the keys. I think I'm going to leave them. I don't like that. I don't like that these that don't get repaired get damaged like that. Like, that doesn't feel like a fair equivalent. It only gives me 1. It doesn't give me 2. I was banking on it giving me 2. That's a bummer. Because this won't fix them. Yep. Yeah. I don't think that's right. Part of it's because I'm pissy, because I knew better and did it anyway. And part of it is because it does it. It does it. The math ain't mathin'. It feels inconsistent. I think that's what I'm trying to say, is that it feels inconsistent. Like, if I can't repair them, then I don't think they should get damaged the same way the other tools do. Like, I can recharge it, but that's not the same. Yeah, I should have eaten something. I know. He's a serial killer? Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I'm trying not to give too much away. But if you know he's a serial killer, then you know that there's death and blood. So, oh well. Foolish behavior will get you punished most of the time. That's okay. It's just a game. I'm also really stingy, even though I know I can grow more bottle brush stuff. Like I could have. That's all right. Alrighty. But everything else should already be over there. I don't need my dirt printer. What am I doing? Alrighty. What the? Weird. Okay, so now we're gonna grab all of our stuff. And we're gonna make better choices in the mine. I don't need 2 of these in there. I'm not gonna take my bug zapper. Why is this on my person? Oh, did that come from Gotcha? I bet that came from a Gotcha. Is that everything? What is that phrase, that saying, you know, play stupid games, get stupid prizes? Well. Something like that. Made it through it. Well, you know, I would say that's fair. And I would say there is something different to be said about the type of violence, because I think the type of violence is a little bit more intimate, I guess, is the right way to describe it in Dexter. But I would not say, you know, like it's more violent than it's more there's a lot more action in Game of Thrones. But yeah, if you survive through some of the gruesomeness in that show, you should be fine. It's you know, his performance as Dexter is awesome too. He does a really good job. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? Entirely possible. Oh. Is this the first time I've been to the mine since the achievements became a thing? Maybe. All right. I really don't even have to go anywhere for what I'm planning on doing. Look at how much of this stuff is like right here too. It's exactly the kind of setup I would have wanted. Oh crap, I burned through that stamina super fast. I was like, wait. Is that a ruby? Yep. Yeah, even though I haven't seen it in a while, I do feel like I could still recommend it confidently. Because I do remember particularly the end of the first season. I remember my husband and I looking at each other and going, that was one of the most satisfying season finales of a show I've ever seen, let alone the first season finale of a show. You know, it's not like they even had years of build-up. They did just such a good job, you know. Because I don't mind cliffhangers, but sometimes it's like really, really frustrating when you get too much of a cliffhanger in a season finale. Especially when you end up with shows that don't get renewed. And then you're like left with this immense feeling of dissatisfaction that it'll never get resolved. Although, unless, you know, somebody picks it up and revives it somehow. I'm not going to get as much done because of this silly frickin' jackhammer getting damaged. Oh. Stamina. You can wait, Mr. Bat. I can't remember if I've got enough bat wings to try and come down and look, because somebody did tell me that I need like 20 bat wings to get a bat wing glider, and I actually haven't looked to see how many bat wings I have as of late. Since it's such a rare drop that I just stopped paying attention. But I should probably check it again sometime soon. See if I'm actually close enough to look for the little bat statue in earnest. I keep bottoming out my stamina. You know, all things considered, I had like half a bar for the jackhammer. I'm making quite a bit of progress. As far as how much stone I'm getting down. 160. I'm busy, sir. This is kind of an awkward angle. He's coming right for us. Ah. Die. I'm just glad there was this big chunk of stone right here at the beginning. And it also seems like part of the reason I didn't want to throw my thing on the charger, we had to, you know, it was already today. But it seems like the lower the charge is, when you put it on the charger, the faster it charges up. So it's like not really useful. I was doing that at first where I was charging them up. You know, if something wasn't on the charger and something needed any kind of charge, I was throwing it on there, but it was taking ages for almost no charge missing. So I was like, well, if I think I don't need the tool for a while, I might go ahead and throw it on there, but it's kind of strange how long it takes for very little charge needed. Amazing. Oh wow, there's another big chunk over there too. Nice. Hey, I didn't bottom out my stamina that time. Aha. See, I'm gonna brag about it, and then the very next thing I do is bottom out my stamina. Because that's how I roll. The little jackhammer that could. I've got a lot of, like, I've got like 3 or 4 different mushroom things now. So I feel like I should start constructing some of that decorative stuff. Just so I can see what it looks like. Not that I'm in any state to start getting really decorating heavy. But eventually. And it might be fun. Like, I'm a sucker for mushrooms. So it might be worth it just to do that. Just to see. For science. For science. Oh, I've got a lot of stuff I'm going to have to do this week at work. I got 6 days, so that's good. But because of that trip I took and taking some time off, I am in deep catch-up mode, and I have... That sounds like I'm swimming in a vat of ketchup. That is not what's happening. I am trying to catch up with all the different stuff I take care of at work. But, I'm gonna have to start prepping really hard for the book sale event, the 4-day sale that I do. Technically, it's over about 5 days, and it's a full week of setup, sale, and breakdown. And that's not the prep, because I'll start putting stuff in, like, the lobby. We have, like, a big coat closet with bins and stuff that we use as a staging area for the books. And I'll bring a bunch of stuff upstairs and put it in there. And then that'll happen on Wednesday. I might even go up on Tuesday to see if anything needs to be cleaned. Because sometimes those bins can have, like, things can get put in there that are sticky. Like food or drink that, you know, we have classes that come and they use the bins for their backpacks and lunch bags and stuff like that. So I've been in there where it's like something obviously got spilled. And so I'll have to clean them so that I don't put books in sticky, yucky stuff. And then Wednesday, I'll probably bring up the carts of books. And then Thursday, we'll set everything out. And then the official days of the sale are Friday through Monday over Labor Day weekend. And then I'll have to tear it all down after the sale on Monday and then haul everything back down to the library, the clothes stacks for where the storage is on Tuesday. So it is a full 7 days in a row of just moving books around and managing the sale. And that's not the prep. For science! That's right. we can look at pretty stuff for science. No rule against that. But the prep leading up to that won't be as intense as that 7-day period. And honestly, there's still a relatively intense period of time after I get everything brought back downstairs where I have to, you know, do some maintenance as I put things back in storage. And anyway, it's a whole involved thing. And, but the prep, I'll probably work for like anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour every day for at least a week to 2 weeks ahead of the event, pulling books out and putting them on the carts so that when it's go time, they're all ready, but it also won't eat up all of my time, you know, for several days ahead of the sale. So it's just a lot. And I'm the only person from the library that does the prep and stuff. And I do that by choice. They always ask if I need help. It's not like I'm being left to do it on my own. It's just like I've got a system that works. And this is the 5th year, so I know that it works. But it's just, you know, mental preparation and making sure the rest of my job duties don't get completely neglected in the lead up to it. So yes. Yeah, it's a lot. But it's good, you know. It's fun to develop something from scratch. Not by myself, you know, obviously I work with a team, but you know, it's the 5th annual, which means it was a success and people look forward to it, you know, like that's really gratifying. And I know that it's a big benefit for not just my department, but like the whole institution. So it's really gratifying. And it'd be amazing if it was one of those things that I don't know how, you know, by the time I retire, I have no idea what the state of our book sale will be. Theoretically, it should be in a much more managed state, and therefore the necessity to have a giant sale every year wouldn't be as important or needed. But it'd be kind of interesting, like after I retire, if it was still a thing. Like that would be kind of cool. Like I don't feel like a big pull to have like my legacy or my name lasts throughout time or anything like that. But it'd be kind of cool just to have like a lingering effect on, you know, something positive. Not just for the institution, but for the community. Because there are people who have been coming since the very first year that are, every time they come, they're like, I've been looking forward to this. And it's like, that's awesome. I think I told my volunteer who helps me price the books, I told her that I can't afford to be like a big charity person where I'm donating, you know, funds and a endowment and all of, you know, I'm not big money in any way. So there is something gratifying to going to something like a book sale where it's like, you know, you're benefiting an institution that you believe does really good work, and being able to like benefit them financially, because I mean everybody needs money to get stuff done, and isn't it nice to have your money go to something that you know does good work for the community? And I can't donate $1 million, but I can buy a book and get that same kind of feeling of like contribution. And I think that's what a lot of people do. I also have a wide variety of stuff to buy, so anybody could come in and theoretically buy something if they found something that spoke to them or that they needed, because I sell things from $2 on up to $300. And so you'll get a lot of people that will come in and they will pet all of the $60, $75, $100 books, you know, $300 books, and look at them and go, wow, those are so cool. And then they'll pick up something for $5 because that's what's in their price point. And, or maybe they don't look at those really fancy books and they're just there to find, you know, something for $2 for their classroom or to cut up for art or whatever it is, you know. And it's nice being able to serve a wide variety of people, and they feel like they're bringing about something positive by doing so. And it's not, you know, overly crowded like some of the other big events that we do. Anyway, I could go on and on because it's coming. And I start to get like really amped this time of year because I know it's coming, you know? Well, that's pretty effective, that pickaxe. Oh, I'm starting to wander. I think it's because I'm almost done with the jackhammer. Not to say that I have to stop just because the jackhammer runs out, but... Alright. I haven't looked to see how much stone I have recently. Be nice if it was over, what, 300 by now, maybe? If I'm lucky? Ah. Die. You know what I should do? He's gonna come up and bite me as soon as I open my map, isn't he? Yep. Bullshit. This. I think maybe just stick to gameplay videos and stay away from tips, tricks videos. Oh, is that what you're trying to edit down as a tips and tricks video? Yeah, I have never tried to do something like that. I don't know if I... Well, maybe. Lots of people have already put out like Dreamlight Valley tips and tricks. So I don't know if that's what I would do. I do clip things that I think of as tips if I catch them while I'm streaming. But I've never thought to do like a whole tips and tricks video. So frustrating. Yeah, I imagine so. I have not... There's so much advice for content creators that's like, okay, start with a concept or start with this and then, you know, write your script or like an outline or whatever. And I'm like, I have not even begun to dip my toe into content creation like that. I have done, like, it took me a while to feel comfortable doing a voiceover. So that's part of the reason that the 2 series I'm doing this year, that started this year, I have one that's a voiceover. Uh-oh. I have one that's a voiceover, and I have one that's just music. And they don't require scripting. I mean, I could probably script the one that does a voiceover, but I'm not there yet if that's what it's gonna do. Because for me right now, it's more about the action of making the thing versus worrying about the script. And like, the series itself has given me the concepts for all of the videos I've made for it and the videos to come. Oh, stamina. So I'm letting that just be its own thing until I feel more confident about maybe doing something different. I might, you know, do something different next year, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it a hard and fast thing for the year, because I'm not super fussed about it lining up with a calendar year or anything. Almost 500 rocks. Nice. I guess I opened my menu and didn't even look. Thanks. I talked about it and then I didn't do it. Look at how efficient this is. Nice. And it's only 6:26. All right, well, hopefully this will mean plenty of brick paths so that I can get all of the pathing done leading up to Rayne. I'm assuming I can't ask for a building to be moved after 4. So we're not going to get her moved today, but that's okay because I'm not really... I need to look and see how elevated I want her building to actually be. Which I might go look at after I leave here. But I either want to get to late or I want to get this pickaxe to be run out. That is the goal. I almost poked him in the butt. Of course, only done tips and tricks for Ranch of Riverside. Now trying to do Luma Island. Which you love but think too much inside my head. Yeah. Well, good luck. Like I said, I have never really thought about doing tips and tricks. So I have no advice to give. Not that you are necessarily asking for advice. Besides just keep plugging away, I guess. And it sounds like you have done other tips and tricks, so you are familiar at least with the format. I think it would take me ages just to figure it out if I wanted to do tips and tricks. Because I would have to, like, struggle with the format. And what I would want to say. Hey, you got your first minute done? Nice. Hey, that's 1 of 9. Check. I haven't played that one. I haven't played either of those. I wondered if my mom would like Ranch of Rivershine, but I also wondered if it was going to be too much like real life. Now, they have... my parents have a bunch of horses. They do shows, and they also participate in breeding, and therefore selling. And they have Arabians. So much of what my mom does right now is take care of horses. And I'm like, would this be a little bit too much like real life stuff? Like more horses? Or would it actually be fun because it's like all of the horse stuff without actually having to muck stalls, like, and get gross and deal with cold weather? And, you know, like, is it too much like normal life because it's all horses all the time? Or would it actually be fun? Because sometimes, like when I worked in a restaurant, I was playing a game called Diner Dash. And we had a buddy that also worked at the same restaurant I did. And he's like, I don't understand how you, like, work in a restaurant in real life and then come home and play a game about working in a restaurant. I'm like, because it's not the same. And honestly, it was kind of puzzly because you would get into a rhythm of how to manage all of the tables and the orders and the cleaning and all of this stuff. And it almost became like a puzzle that you would fall into this, like, pattern. And, yeah, I was like, I don't know how to explain it, man. I just find it fun. Luma Island is so nice. It's the other 8 that are giving you fits. Well, don't think about the other 8. Think about the next one. Or the next whatever chunk. Ranch of Rivershine is not realistic. Yeah, well, and I'm not worried about being realistic necessarily. It's cozy and easy. She might be too critical because it's not as lifelike. I don't think that would be as it, but... game is based only on Mustangs, and that might be helpful that it's not the same kind of horses. But I wonder if it would be like that cozy as opposed to I've been looking at horses for the last 12 hours straight. The last thing I want to do is go relax and look at horses, no matter how realistic or not they are, because the game looks very nice from what I've seen you play. Although I've mostly listened because usually I'm shelving books or doing something like that when I catch you during the week. So I wonder if it would be removed enough to, you know, like be relaxing for her, or if it would be more like not necessarily realistic, but just too many horses. My whole life is not horses. Because I know my mom has other interests too. Like she does, I hope she does Inktober again this year. She does drawing and painting and stuff like that. And she used to do theater. She would do set design and stuff like that. But yeah, I was like, I wonder if I should even suggest it to her. I don't think she's really played a game like that, but she may surprise me. She may be like, oh yeah, totally. Speaking of moms, how's your mom doing? How's your garden going? Is it going all right so far? Game is super chill. Racing can be a bit stressful. Minor illness, but no death or injury of the game. See, that's nice. All right. Oh, you dick. Well, come on then. Oh! Come on. Okay. Now you... Actually, you know what? I'll be back for you maybe. Or you can follow me and I can trap you closer to the place. You know what I should do when I move the mine shaft is I should put a collection point right outside where I move it to. In fact, I might just... It's not really that many resources. I probably have plenty. Those glow so bright in there. It's funny. Are you near? Should I just... Yes. Oh. Excellent. All right. Might enjoy Luma Island. Choose combat or not. Mix and match. Interesting. I might have to... I don't know if it's on my wish list yet or not. Is it on Steam? Garden is doing pretty good. Had mom do some diamond painting. But she gets so confused. You have to watch. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to think of... It's been a while since I've done a lot of the crafty... like, project. I haven't gotten into diamond painting. Although I'm interested in diamond painting. But that's, I mean, if I'm going to do some tedious thing involving lots of pieces, I'm going to finish the freaking jigsaw puzzle I've been working on off and on for like 3 years now. Because I get into it because we watch a TV show. And then I put it away because we get into a game. And then when we get back into a TV show, I typically will do something in my lap. Like some kind of craft or something. Like sometimes it's coloring, sometimes it's, you know, collaging, sometimes it's like very, very infrequently and definitely not of late. Like I used to do like knitting stuff too. I don't really do a lot of knitting now, but just something that occupies my hands. But if I'm going to do something, I might as well finish the freaking puzzle. I bought a puzzle that was a huge pain in the ass. So it's going to take a while, even if I was dedicated to it. But with kids, although now that we don't have a cat anymore, our last cat passed away last year. And I don't know if I could leave the puzzle out. But it used to be I could not leave my puzzle out to work on because I had kids and pets. So now it just would be impractical because it would take up too much space to be out all the time. But I told my husband that if we had a fantasy house where I could have a room for everything that I ever wanted, I would have a jigsaw puzzle room that I could lock. So nobody could mess up my puzzle as I walked away. Oh, stamina. Oh, yeah. My oldest will be 15 in November, and my youngest turned 8 in June. So, got several more years of them at home. And depending on how long, you know, in this day and age, how long it takes for them to be able to move out. It'd be nice if, you know, they found something to work out and wanted to go when they turn 18, but who knows? Things are really expensive right now. But maybe they'll have roommates or get a scholarship or, you know, have a job lined up that helps them Like, I think my oldest really wants to start looking for a job. So I'm like, okay, well, we can start looking at stuff and see if there's any places that will hire at least limited hours for maybe 15 or whatever. But, yeah. Started diamond painting during COVID. Yeah, that'd be a great reason to start that. Can I have 3 friends with you on Luma Island, too? Have to head home now? Oh, yeah. Well, almost. We're right here anyway. And goodbye. Yeah, it had been a second since I looked at the time. Although I was close enough that I wasn't too worried about it. But thank you for the reminder. How many cages did I get used up? I got 5 used up. All right. So I'm going to grab this off my head. And what am I going to put in the box? What's in the box? This green glow. Do I want to go ahead and build that now? I do not want to go ahead and build that now. All right. All right. We'll sell y'all. I don't know if I've sold one of these yet. I did do... I keep calling them fancy frillies. Are they... What are they called? The ones in the second level of the mine. Because there was a reward that gave me extra money for selling them. So I did take cages down and catch a bunch of those to sell for that. I don't remember how many. And I feel like it was like 6 or 7 of those that I had caught and sold. Which was great. Because the money situation is always going to be a battle in this game, I think. Glowing Croco? Yeah, I haven't sold one of those before, I don't think. Oh, the fancy frillies. The ones that are on the second floor. Is that what you mean? I can't remember what they got. The collared frillies? What are they? Now it's going to bother me. Frilly varieties. Yeah. That's not, they're not called fancy. But that's what I keep calling them. I don't know how to spell. Variety? Dinkum. Frillies. Blooming frillies. That's what they are. And that's why they're fancy. Because they bloom. Sure. Anything to justify the fact that my brain will not ever remember blooming. Although maybe I should, because that sounds definitely like what an American... Now, is blooming or bloomin' a common... I feel like I've heard that in, like, stereotypical Australian things, but is that actually a common thing to say in Australia? Or is that just American... Like, one American heard somebody say it once, and then they're like, oh, Australians say that. Because that would be something very much that Americans would do. They would just be like, oh yeah, that's a thing. And then the people that are, like, actually live there would be like, no, it is not. Alright. Ooh, I'm not doing that today. Crafting. 3 days remaining. 3 days remaining, which means I can do that the next time I play. Yeah. Like, I feel like I've heard it, but, like, have I confirmed it with an actual Australian person? I don't know. Or it could be, like, a regional thing, too, because that's the other thing, is, like, you'll hear people, you know, people reacting to different slang and dialects and accents and things like that from different parts of countries that they're not from. And it'll be like, oh, do Americans say that? And it's like, well, not where I'm from. But, you know, they do say it in these other parts of the country. So probably, you know, there's probably things like that in other countries too, I would imagine. I can't imagine everybody across the entire country says all the same things. Like, is it soda or is it pop? Because that depends on the region you're in usually too, in the States anyway. You could ask Rye. Do you say bloomin'? How many of your friends? We're doing a survey. How many of you say bloomin'? It's funny. Okay. All right, is this the last thing? I mean, I've got a couple other things I need to schlep over to John's, but I think this might be the last animal. All right, money, money, money. And then I'm going to kind of go investigate. I need to wrap up soon, though. Oh, gosh, it's almost 3. And actually, I heard... Definitely regional. The soda and pop thing. Is this my parents saying they're on their way? No. Okay. I do need to kind of keep my ear peeled for that. My ear peeled? Is that what that is? I don't think that's what that is. Where am I going? I'm going here. Okay. See, my brain has been mostly jelly for most of the stream, but you can tell we're starting to decline. Because I'm starting to say really weird, random things. Okay. I'm going to take these 2 things to John's, like the little fenced area by John's. And then I want to go look at where I might want to move Rayne. Maybe I should take a screenshot so that when I go to look for inspiration, I can kind of like try and make my brain put the 2 together. I don't know if that'll work, but because I don't know really what I'm doing anyway, it can't hurt to have more information, I guess. Or maybe it can. Maybe it'll make me overthink things like I like to do, but like kinda. I like it in the sense that I drive myself nuts with it. Yeah, that's what I like to do. I did look up like some fantasy greenhouse drawings because I was like, maybe I can get inspired. Not by real life as much, but like artwork. I don't know how well that'll translate into a video game that's made of squares, but I could try it, and if it doesn't work out that well, I can always try something else. The beauty of games like this is that you can just start over if you really want to. I could make a whole new world if I wanted to. All right. Put these over here so I don't forget to sell them. And then I'm not gonna even worry about doing stuff with the rest of these cages or nothing. I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna go look at the place up here. I wish it was daytime because that would probably help me envision things a little bit better, but okay, this is not the landmass that she's gonna be on. The landmass that she's gonna be on is over there. Nope. Maybe like this wide shot. You love starting over? Well, and I have a feeling that I eventually will. I wouldn't eventually, once I feel comfortable enough, I might want to try, like, see if anybody's interested in playing. Maybe not this game, but something. But that's not how I do things. But that, I think that would be a good way to, like, start over and then start over with friends, you know? I also still don't know everything in the game. Not that I have to know everything to play with other people. But I've also thought about, like, what about Planet Crafter, or what about Autonomica when it comes out, or something like that. So what am I doing with this? I want to do... And I think it might be fun to do creative. Like, I even thought about doing creative. Just... Why did this not open? Oh, there it goes. Okay. New document. We'll just start a new document for collecting ideas for Dinkum. So we'll paste this in here. And then maybe we'll get a better shot of it. But yeah, everybody's playing Planet Crafter, and I'm like, you don't need another game right now. Like, you don't need that. It looks like a lot of fun, though. Well, and it was really funny because I tried to get my husband interested in looking at it. I was playing the demo, thinking, oh, he's right next to me. I don't need to talk to the dude from Go-Go Town, though. Oh, good. That has the teletower in the background, so that'll help me figure out that. And he wasn't, like, he's like, oh, that sounds interesting. And then, like, in a very, oh, okay, I'm not really paying attention and I'm not really interested. But then I was watching, I think it was Steph and her husband play. And he looked over and he's like, oh, is that new Autonomica? Because the reason I keep talking about it is because we're going to have access to the alpha, theoretically, in September is the plan. And he was like, oh, is this, like, footage from that? And I'm like, no, this is that Planet Crafter. And he's like, oh, crap. Okay. I was screenshotting. I'm sorry. I don't usually play this game with a keyboard and mouse. Okay. All right. That's probably more than enough information. That's the other thing. I think the other reason I'm, like, overthinking things is because usually when I develop, like, a town or something, everything is flat. And I could play with elevation here, and that is something I really don't know how to incorporate. All right, there's another one just to kind of get an angle from the bridge. All right. But yeah, he actually was like, oh, is this that one game? And I'm like, no, it's this other game I was trying to get you interested in. What do you think? What do you want to try this one? Yeah. I'm curious to see what they do with all of the systems they're talking about having in that game, because the scope is so ambitious. Like, there's survival craft, so farming, foraging, constructing, you know, upgrading, developing, automation. But also there's going to be, like, a city, and there's going to be stories, and there's going to be like Sims-like elements, theoretically. You're supposed to be able to play with people, but you can also do things like romance and marry NPCs, and there's also supposed to be, like, PvP and PvE areas. There's some mention of, like, time travel elements, and I'm just like, mechs. There's mech suits that you can use for, I'm assuming, for fighting or... you know, like, I think they said, like, farming stuff. There's going to be irrigation systems. What did they call it? They called it something like, it wasn't steampunk, like solar punk, I think is what they were referring to it. Anyway, it's just like, my husband was like, either it'll be really cool, or they're going to be trying to do too much and not be able to fully deliver on it because they're, like, dividing their time about. I mean, not to say, like, not anything against the developers, but, like, some games get really ambitious and then they can't actually do all the things that they say they're going to be able to do because they're spreading themselves so thin across so many different kind of ideas. So And I've never really been part of a game from the beginning like that. Like, I'll be playing the alpha, and I'm assuming being able to participate in feedback for, you know, the development process. So that'll be interesting to participate in. And I'm excited about it. Gonna mess with the screenshot. I think my menu is open. Oh, maybe it was. Oh, well. Oh, you know what? I know what you mean. I don't know when I actually snapped it. All the screenshots that I put in my little document are all actual shots that I was meaning to take. So if I screwed one of them up, I didn't put it in the thing. But I will find out. Trying to do things hastily. Is that everything I needed to do? I'm not really fussed about the fact that I didn't get to my animals. Not really fussed about any of this other stuff. Is there any? Go pet one animal. Why are you sleeping out here? You're not even that far from your thing. Wait. You're not the only one. Where are all my wombats? Why are you guys all jacked up? Will you go in there? You know what? I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to pet you, and I'm going to leave. Because it's late, and I need to wrap it up. So, we'll figure it out later. I'm going to drop off stuff. This can go back in there. This can go back in there. This needs to go on the charger. This can go back in here. Breeding animals, both real and fantasy. Are you talking about for Autonomica? Or are you talking about Planet Crafter? I think he would like Planet Crafter a little bit more if there was a little bit more survival. Because I feel like it's pretty peaceful apart from, like, oxygen stress. Which I think he would be less engaged with. He plays a lot of first-person shooters. Not that he has to have a first-person shooter thing going on. But he does enjoy some action in his games. Or, I mean, you know, really good stories are always good. You know, puzzle elements are always really good, but he does tend to like a lot of action stuff. Like, I think I would enjoy Planet Crafter a lot, but I think I would also yearn a little bit for a little bit. Like, I like this game because you still have danger from the crocodiles, you know, and bush devils and stuff like that. I do enjoy having that in my game. So, as much as I want to play Planet Crafter, I don't know if he'll ever actually be like, yeah. Oxygen, food, thirst, not enough. Not for a long period of time. Yeah, Autonomica's gonna have a lot of stuff. Yeah. Only thing is nothing to attack is more crafting, building. See, he would rather have more of the fighting, I think, than the crafting, the building. He likes to do that kind of stuff, but he gets antsy. And then he wants to go do more, you know, combat type things. So, yeah, he's not as much into the crafting building side of things for sure. So that's fine. I mean, there's plenty of games out there. I think we might get back into Sea of Thieves at some point now that they've gotten away from PvP only. Because I didn't like dealing with people being assholes in that game. So he keeps kind of like bringing it up like, hey, we could try it now that they've got this like not PvP kind of thing. There's some things you can't have over there, and there's progression is a little bit different, but I would definitely like if I didn't have to put up with like people being jerks. I mean, I get that it's a pirate game, but you don't have to be a jerk. I just want to fight ghost pirates and steal skeletons loot. Like, that's what I want to do. Like World of Warcraft, too many PvP people. I think that there's, it gets in areas, though. It's not everywhere, right? Or like it's only if you actually engage in it. I haven't played World of Warcraft. I don't even remember. At least 16 years. It's been at least 16 years. And someone else was letting me, like, let me make a character on their account so that I could try it out and see if I liked it. And then I did enjoy it, but I have a bad association with it, so I've never wanted to go back to it. I liked like the Warcraft games before World of Warcraft came out, but yeah, World of Warcraft itself. And then honestly, I had already played a different MMO, and it was Lord of the Rings Online. It's actually still a thing, but we played so much of that by the time I switched to World of Warcraft to try it out, I was like, I still would rather play Lord of the Rings. I think it's because it was my first MMO love, you know? Bit of both. Sometimes there are PvP servers where everything is PvP, but yeah, specific areas. Also trying to do dungeons is a mess because people be idiots. Yeah, fair. We had a guild of 4 people for the longest time on Lord of the Rings because I didn't want to play with other people. So we just played in our little group. And then eventually we started playing with, like, we would partner with another guild and we invited a few people. But then we stopped playing that too because we just didn't have the time to play an MMO. MMOs take up so much time, especially if you have like an active community that you're with. Just a lot. And now the server that we used to have our characters and stuff on from when it first came out doesn't exist anymore, and everyone who had servers with characters on them that they've removed are in kind of a limbo where they're like, we're not telling you can't have your characters back, but we can't tell you when you might get them back. And it's like, okay, that probably means never. But they actually went free to play several years ago, so I did create a new character at one point. I actually streamed it a couple of times, and it was so nostalgic. Like, I'm such a sucker for Middle Earth. You know, being in the Shire, making a little hobbit. Anyway, I could probably go on longer than I should, but yeah, I mean, that was a different time of my life. That was before kids, and it was before my husband got sick, and before we had a house. I mean, that was a long time ago. And yeah, I don't know if I could do another big MMO. I just don't think I could commit that much time to that one thing the way it would need to be. So, love Loader, but never played the game. Yeah, it's fun. And not that you have a time for MMO either, but it is free to play if you ever decide you want to. Yeah, it was deeply nostalgic to go back and play it, and they've added a lot of stuff to it. So there was part of me that's like, man, I wish I had time for this because I'd love to go see the new areas. And they just recently did like some upgraded servers. Anyway, I'm not talking about Loader for that long, okay? I am Tangent Woman. Anyway, it's been lovely having you here to chat with, though. So not anything against wanting to chat with you, but also it's 3:15 where I'm at, and I have laundry to do and content stuff to do and a spouse who's probably like, what the hell? And my kids could be home at any time, so I should probably wrap it like a responsible person. And yeah, so what's happening this week? I should be here Thursday. There should be no reason to cancel. It should be more Dreamlight Valley. It's still questing time. I did get Aurora unlocked last week, so I still have story questing for both Maleficent and Aurora. Normal content should be coming out this week, so more Dream Snap stuff, more decorating stuff for both of those are Dreamlight Valley. Shorts sprinkled in, quote of the days here and there. But yeah, until school starts really ramping up, the 14th might be a cancellation, but my husband might be taking care of the stuff that needs to get taken care of that night. So yeah, right now we're in alternating patterns and things seems to be normal. So yeah. Thank you. And thank you for hanging out. Oh gosh. Okay, not even wait. I was like, wait, evening? You can tell my brain is jelly. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a lovely day, nighttime, wherever you are, whenever you are. And I will see you next time. Bye.